Okay, well, Robert got booted up, and we're obviously running on this side of a little bit stuff. I wonder why that's messed up.
Are we just low on light today? Oh, the overhead lights aren't on.
Headlights?
Overhead light.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that overhead light on. That ought to help a bit. That helped a little.
A little.
Could you move that?
Sure.
And then you put that in. Oh, okay, and smooth that out just a little bit over there. Run your hand across it.
It's not gonna go.
Run your hand across it. Stick it to the wall.
It's not gonna stick to the wall. It's a sheet. Oh well.
That's my son being disobedient. Okay. Okay. New to Satisfactory, shorts help you a lot. Same here, Dark says. Slash said that. Yes, I appreciate you letting me know that. And in fact, we have a Discord, and the Discord has a nifty, what do they call it, a channel in Discord?
Sure.
A nifty channel there that you can suggest other shorts that you think might be helpful. So please feel free to post ideas there. A lot of ideas lately have come from that Discord. I never noticed this before.
Okay.
On the home screen, which you aren't showing on the screen at the moment. Um, the one person standing on top of the miner has a factory cart next to him on top of the miner. Ah, hi Alexa. Hi Megalith. Ben. Okay. Caffeinated's here too.
Okay, Doc, can you, I think it's the same number for the connection code for Vocalics. Can you?
Okay, on the receiver. I'm gonna paste and connect. A little bit of a tickle there. Okay. All right. We are streaming, simultaneously streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Um, whichever your preference is, that's fine. The shorts are found on YouTube, so people generally find me on YouTube. Twitch is kind of a new thing that we added. Although we're at 935 followers on Twitch, I'm just excited that we're inching up to that 1,000 follower mark. So if you're not already following on Twitch, hit the follow button there and follow us on Twitch if that's where you're watching. And we'd like to get more of our content. We also are inching up on our subscriber count on YouTube. We are in the upper 80,000 mark right now. We're inching up to another celebration for 90,000 here shortly. And then, of course, that magical 100,000 where we actually get our first YouTube plaque.
Heck yeah, that's going to be so much fun.
I'm excited. I think I'll prominently display it behind me. just to brag a little bit. But I'm bragging because all of you have decided to join me, and that's really, really cool. So you got your Butterfinger stream.
Yes, that was already redeemed, Butterfinger.
Today?
Yep.
Okay, Ben from YouTube got 2 months subscribed, and described at tier 1, subscribed for 2 months, currently on a 2-month streak. That's way cool. That's way cool. Those funds do, I don't take a paycheck from the channel. It does pay a little bit, but it barely pays to keep Robert fed, and I'm still funding most of the items that we do here, like the Minecraft server and the various things. So we're still trying to build and still trying to keep it growing. So any members or subscribers on whichever platform are greatly appreciated, and love to see that going forward. So anyway, today we're going to do a speed run. And in order to do a speed run, I start a new game each time. Robert is the Minecraft server with whitelist or not?
It is whitelisted, yes.
Yep. In other words, members on YouTube and subscribers on Twitch get to come join us and play with us on the Minecraft server. So we do stream Minecraft. We're going to slightly adjust our schedule again because Robert's been noticing that I've just been way too tired on Wednesdays. After live streaming on Monday and Tuesday, I come in on Wednesday and I'm having a hard time just keeping going. So we're going to go ahead and let me have a break on Wednesdays and prepare for streams and prepare by making other recordings and stuff, and just take a break from streaming and come back on Thursday. So Thursday will be a Minecraft every week stream. Instead of the optional flip-flopping between Minecraft and Satisfactory. I'll do Satisfactory Monday, Tuesday. We'll come back Thursday and do a Minecraft stream with all of our buddies and friends, and continue the storyline. Quite a storyline developing there in Minecraft. So for those of you who like both games and come join us for both, that'd be great. So we are in the middle of a rainstorm here. We're not in a tornado watch or anything. If anything, we're in a flood watch because we're just getting a lot of rain. So the there might be a little bit of a lag time, especially on YouTube. YouTube seems to be a little bit more bitrate intensive and struggle with getting this stuff. So that's about all. Oh, and by the way, when you become a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you get whitelisted to be on that server. We can give you all the information for that. And all that information resides in our Discord. So Robert needs to give you the label, the link for the Discord if you don't already have it.
So I have it.
If they don't already have it, I know you have it.
You said Robert. Well, do it. I'm like,
Robert can give you the link.
You know what?
If you don't already have it.
I've already bungled up the stream with this super cool thing I made this morning, and it broke Vocalics, so we don't have any text-to-speech for today.
Completely broke Vocalics?
It's probably something I maybe. We'll see if we can fix it before the end of the stream.
Okay, so are you chatting with...
I'm working with Megalith right now.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm glad Megalith is here. Our ever-faithful friend there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's great. Just one more thing to say. Over the weekend, Doc started getting our stuff installed, our stuff uploaded and releasing on TikTok. And so we have our very first one, which is now live here. Send you guys the link because we got exactly one person who was served the video, and if you guys would like to watch it there, if you guys enjoy that platform, go ahead and click on the link and give it a watch or follow or whatever the terminology is for TikTok, because everybody calls it something different.
Yeah, exactly. So in TikTok, and we've scheduled one every other day, and we're only scheduling the shorts. So we started with tip 1 of the shorts, and there's a lot of people that have content on Twitch, on TikTok, and I was really surprised to see Snut had a few very funny shorts on TikTok, and so we perused a bunch of Satisfactory stuff on TikTok and had some fun doing that.
Yeah,
But I was
stuck on it.
But I was surprised to think that after a day and a half, I've gotten 1 view. What? What?
One.
What in the world is... Okay, maybe the second video will get 2. Maybe the third video will get 3, and maybe something will get going after that. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway.
And Alexa says, I'm sorry, Robert, I have standards, and TikTok isn't on it.
Okay.
That's just fine.
Yeah.
Please don't join TikTok if you're not already on there. Please don't. It's a waste of time. But if you're already wasting your time, you can waste your time watching our shorts.
I guess that's one way to say it. I'm going to start a new game and get moving here.
Hey.
So we're going to start in the Rocky Desert. We're going to call this Speedrun 2, and today's date, which is... It's still May, isn't it? Oh, good. It's still May. Bill 25, 2025. We're going to skip the intro and get straight to Tier 1. And let's start. The clock is ticking, Robert.
Yeah, the clock is literally not ticking.
Okay, fine.
I wish the clock was ticking.
You're having trouble getting the clock started? Are you going to wait
I
until
had stopped the clock to get the vocalics working, but since that's not working, I'm now rushing to try to get this working. So it's going to be behind by a few seconds, but that's fine.
This is Robert when he's stressed, by the way.
Oh, brother.
He talks fast.
Required of a fix-it pioneer.
And he tends to yell.
And this is Doc when he's annoying.
Because a future with Fix-It is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate project assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
All right.
So last time in the 2 hours, we got through all of Tier 1.
Collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use.
So what are we doing differently in this run?
Well, I'm trying to figure out a place to put the hub and try to put it in a cluster of mines.
Right.
Can't remember where we had put it before.
This semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings. Studying this could provide new methods for improving fixed
Well, if we keep on heading southwest, you'll definitely start heading that direction.
To where I had a cluster of mines?
Yep.
Okay, so here's the westerly direction.
Yep.
And
yeah, that big figure to your right, the big
tall thing had a cluster around it.
Yeah.
So what I am doing differently is I'm not running straight to the doggo cave. You notice I am collecting brush along the way. I'm collecting food because I tend to die in the doggo cave. I tend to fall in the doggo cave.
Yeah, there's a bunch of all the nodes are clustered kind of around these rock formations here behind you. Yeah, this area.
Okay, there's the 2 iron nodes.
And Oscar's here. He says, trying to get popular on TikTok's tricky. The TikTok algorithm works on general terms, i.e. video, and randomly throws videos at people.
Yeah. All I can say is I don't like the videos they're throwing to me. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're junk videos. I mean, right.
It's TikTok. It's there to grab your attention.
Yeah, with junk. I'm not a junk collector, so. All right, I'm throwing down some miners and smelters. I'm going to put the smelter right next to it. And I'm going to put the container right next to that. And I want the input on that side. And so this is going to look a little funky, but it's going to
Be
go from
functional.
here to there. Then it's going to go from there to there.
Nice.
And as soon as I get power to it, which is going to come from the hub temporarily. Actually, I don't even have to go from the hub. I can go straight to a biomass burner, can't I?
I think that's a good idea. That way you can throw a whole lot more into a chest. Into a
chest, huh?
into a chest. Sorry, I have Minecraft brain this morning, apparently. And Alexa notes that those are more efficient, so.
Man. I guess. Don't exactly like the fact that I can't jump into it. Okay. All right, there it comes. So what I want to do is I want
Caffeinated
these things
says,
to run a little bit longer.
Caffeinated says, I too have a Minecraft brain this morning, working on design for a brand new, much larger SBI building.
Why do we need a much larger SBI building? Why do we need...
Well, first off, it needs to have a prison for whoever did this dastardly deed of stealing the election.
Oh, you think
So
somebody stole the election? Is that the point we're making?
Well, we'll see.
Okay. All right. I have got a biomass burner that I can go ahead and put a full stack of fuel into. And I can then make a connection.
And Rakesh says that the game is already lagging, which is rather annoying. Can somebody else confirm that the game itself is lagging up a little bit? And Alexa says set up concrete too. That's really slow. That's actually a good point.
Yeah. And the things that we need actually to unlock the first things are plates and
rods, right?
right, plates and rods. So that this needs to be oriented that direction.
Interesting. You're doing kind of like a snake formation here this time.
Exactly.
Okay.
A little bit of pondering went along with this last week.
Okay. Alex says yes, it is, but laggy. I'm gonna try something different that we haven't done before. I'm going to just deactivate and then activate his background again. Let me know if that seems to have made a difference. It did. Oh, good. Doc.
But
And we don't have to kill OBS. Why are you floating, Doc?
downward, downward. There we go.
That's weird. Cool. In order to get the lag to go away with the game, I just have to deactivate and reactivate your monitor. I don't have to do anything else. That's good.
Okay.
That's much faster than Alt F4 and bringing OBS back and killing our viewership. Viewership numbers, not killing our viewers. Just to be clear.
Yeah. And YouTube is just not getting enough data at the moment.
That is so weird.
Thunderstorm. We'll blame it on the thunderstorm. Anyway.
Sure, sure.
All right, second miner. Smelter.
You're not going to get a second mine on the same... What? Oh, the smelter. Okay,
I'm gonna do different this time. Instructor. And the... Oh, come on. There it is.
So then this one will be the rods line, if the last one was plates, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then storage. I clicked it. Oh, come on. What? Oh, dear.
Okay, so that's the right orientation. There we go. I got it. So Alexa would like to know if the file she sent to you was helpful.
Yes. I
Okay.
played in that file quite a bit this morning.
Yeah, over an hour, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, now we're just getting power over here, and we'll see how long the power lasts. Less. No, no, other direction. You. Oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I didn't
right.
leave myself enough room to place this.
Sure.
Not effectively, anyway.
Now, I think you should immediately steal all the plates that machine has made. Because you've used a whole lot of stuff to build. I don't know if you're going to have enough for your conveyors that you're... Yeah, like you're out of rods now.
And I haven't got power to this over here yet.
So...
Deconnections.
That one's got an empty one. And you're out of wire.
Ouch.
Okay, so we're going to have to do a little bit of manual work here.
I gotta find copper. Find copper first.
Yeah, it's fairly nearby. On the northwest side of these rocks.
Okay, because that's another iron.
Right.
And I need to find cement, too.
Okay.
I've got 4 mini miners. If I remember right, the copper is over here.
Yeah, it's on that next rise, just past you.
On
Just
that?
straight ahead. That, they're
Yeah,
right by side.
copper.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, that one's copper. Okay. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to finish the doggo cave probably in about a half an hour instead of previously in 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But then 1.1 will come almost immediately afterwards.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, which orientation can I hold here?
I don't think you can afford to put down a miner.
You don't think I can?
Nope. And smelter and the wires to get it out here and everything else.
So, are you suggesting I just put a mini miner down there?
Sure.
No.
And Trumpkin has just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much. Trumpkin has been with us for 3 months now, and he's an active member on our Minecraft server. As well. Okay, a little bit of handcrafting.
Yep.
Okay, well, we have 16 people so far over on Twitch. And we got
29 on YouTube.
29 on YouTube. Awesome. Cool. It's morning. It takes a little while to ramp up, right?
All right, and now we can do some wire. Plenty of wire.
And Tropican says it's also a holiday. People do picnics and things.
That's true. That's right. It is a
Yo.
holiday today, isn't it?
It is. Although it's raining here, and so I don't think many people are going to be out doing much. Oh, Trumpkin says it's sunny and 67 there. Oh, that's perfect picnicking weather. Maybe 70 would be better, but... So Memorial Day is a U.S. holiday honoring fallen soldiers and service members. So today, typically it's kind of just a general family holiday. Quite often you'll visit a cemetery with fallen soldiers, place flowers or graves, that kind of thing. Yep.
The goal today really is to get through the tiers faster. We got through tiers 1.3 in an hour and 55 minutes before. I'd like to see 1.4 up there for the next time
Yeah.
So make it to 1.4. Okay, I've got to go get. Can you look at the map?
Oscar says there's no such thing as picnic weather. It's fireworks weather.
Okay.
This is great fireworks weather right now.
Yeah, that's true. Robert, look at the map and find where a limestone mine is.
Did you just find it?
No,
Okay.
please help me find one.
Yep. And so Alexa says in the Netherlands that's May 5th.
Okay.
Yep. It's a little bit different everywhere.
I gotta go manually do some iron rod.
Yeah. Sulfur. I want limestone. Okay, they're both from where you are, just a little bit southwest. You'll like trip over them if you go southwest from here.
Okay.
And Alexis says that, Robert, you got to admit that streaming at 4 p.m. is perfect for a nice glass of wine. Good, relaxing afternoon.
Okay. Now I've got rods. Now I can make power poles.
Okay. Okay, do you need to power your biomass burner up again? Oh, it's running. Okay.
All right, that's iron rod manufacturing.
Cool. Base Thrill 19, first time chat on Twitch, says, "Good morning. Came across your YouTube and having the day off, able to catch your stream. Thanks to the videos and
Fantastic.
tips.
You're welcome on those videos and trips, tips, whatever those things are.
Yeah, those things we do.
Those things we do.
Trumpkin says, "Sorry, I missed the beginning. Did you go to the doggo cave?"
Not yet. I kind of flip-flopped it, figuring I needed more supplies sooner. And I figured I'd go ahead and get supplies.
Flip it around.
Did I mess it up again? I want the output on this side, folks.
There we go.
The nice thing about the new biomass burner when 1.0 came out is that you could feed it with a conveyor.
Oh my gosh, one of the best updates they ever did.
Yes, and of course, since you can't feed the hub ones with a conveyor, putting down a biomass burner early should save me a bunch of time. Okay, those are okay. You said if I go south, what? Southwest?
Southwest. Straight.
I'd almost trip over it, you said.
Yep.
I'm not tripping yet.
Might be a little more westerly.
That looks like it there.
Yeah, there it is. You gonna get all these set up too before you go?
Pardon me?
You gonna get all this set up too before you go to doggo?
I was thinking I'd get rods, plates, and cement set up.
Okay.
So, I need to go pick up that mini miner in order to do this, though, because I don't have a mini miner.
Oh, okay.
Unless, can I make it?
Workshop. Yep. I only make one. Yeah, we unfortunately haven't done very much in the way of fireworks for a while. Mom's family used to love fireworks, at least her brothers did.
And I had a son-in-law that loved fireworks so much he blew a hole in my backyard.
You know, that was the 1 year I was gone. I never saw that.
Are you?
But you guys were still talking about it a year later.
Oh, we'll talk about
Like,
that.
oh.
We'll talk about that forever.
Oh, man.
He would put a gunpowder mixture, whatever, into a tennis ball and tennis ball to a
And then wrap it up in duct tape.
wrap it up in duct tape.
See, when we grew up in the Pacific Northwest area in Washington State, and
They're totally ignorant of fireworks there.
well, it was more the fact that we were right adjacent to a reservation for the Tulalip tribe, and on the reservation they didn't have laws against using fireworks, packing fireworks, stuff like that. So it meant that all the fireworks manufacturing happened there, and that meant that growing up, you always had friends who had an excess of gunpowder available, and they'd pack their own, and it was quite fun.
Yeah. And my comment about it being Puget Sound being ignorant of fireworks, they had what they called safe and sane fireworks.
Yeah.
Sorry. Safe, sane, Fireworks can't be described in either vernacular.
And so, yeah, if you were on the reservation, you could do whatever you wanted. If you went off the reservation, you couldn't do anything, which is kind of the opposite of what the phrase is usually supposed to mean. But
Yeah, it was terrible. So
okay. So we have from MHM, it says, "Hello, Doc. Thanks for all the building tips."
welcome.
He says, "I'm starting my first mega factory. Hopefully it won't turn into a spaghetti mess."
Good luck.
Archon said concerning the the fireworks, that's concerning behavior. Probably a hole in the backyard.
Yeah.
And Baser asked if he blew a hole in the backyard, was he just trying to help you make a hole for planting trees or something?
No.
No.
No, it was a hole that we had to repat. We had to find the dirt, put the dirt back, and reseed it, and start over with that area.
Oof. Alexa says, "I have a nephew who decided to pick up a phone when he was firing off fireworks. Lost 2 fingers and a thumb." Ooh. Yeah, we knew a guy who lost a hand to that.
Yeah, we had a friend who was picking up, cleaning up fireworks on the shore of because we were on the Puget Sound, okay?
Yeah.
So there was salt water all over the place, saltwater bays, and he was picking up leftovers from 4th of July festivities, and lost a good part of his hand because of it. An unexploded firework that exploded when he picked it up, unfortunately.
I knew this guy when I was, like
You're
5
talking
or
about
6?
Chad, aren't you? Chad Simpkins.
The one who had a claw for a hand? I don't know what his name was. All I know is he had a claw.
Oh, that's not Chad.
No, I didn't think it was one of the Simpkins, because I know the Simpkins. I think he was... okay. Anyway, don't remember. But he was super nice, but of course, any young kid seeing a person with a metal claw for a hand, especially somebody in my era, absolutely is certain this guy is Captain Hook. And of course, he played into it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He loved to do that. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. He was an older guy, in the 90s. So... he was a great guy. Marco H asks what restream means. That's the software we use that allows us to stream both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
Yep. And I have overloaded my my power grid.
In fact, if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Twitch, here's a link to both platforms so you guys can watch on whichever platform you like. Doesn't really make a difference to us, but...
That was stupid. I know better than that.
What'd you do?
You don't have to smelt limestone.
Oh. God, Doc.
Can you believe I made such a blunder?
Such a blunder.
Okay. Now we can tell this constructor to go ahead and make cement. Concrete.
There we go.
Sorry.
Iciness isn't here. It's fine. So.
See, I don't know the difference between concrete and cement. There is a technical difference, I guess. There it is.
And
Okay.
Shano is here. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Okay.
Alexa says my nephew now jokes that I knew phones were a problem. Should have kept an answering machine. Yeah.
Picked up a phone and it blew up?
I think he was just chatting on the phone while lighting off fireworks, and just was careless because of it.
Okay.
So, yeah. At least that's what I'm imagining.
Oops.
Yeah. Yes, fireworks have inherent danger to them. No, I don't care.
Okay, so it has 200 biomass in it. It's not the fact that it doesn't have biomass. It's the fact that it doesn't have enough biomass burners. Okay, so we put another biomass burner out here, but we're missing iron rod. Let's see how many iron rod were made before it shut down. That's plate.
Alexa says he was lighting up fireworks when his phone rang, and he picked it up and forgot to throw the firework that was in his hand.
Oh, yeah. Distracted.
That's bad. Okay. And Vince just subscribed with Prime on Twitch.
Fantastic.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Vince. Thank you very, very much. Okay. All right, so I want a storage container behind it. Not that far behind it. Oh, come on. Stop trying to attach yourself. There we go. Conveyor belt is too steep. That's too steep. Really?
And Andrestea is here, says good morning.
Good morning. Let's try this again. Okay, come on. And I hate these wicked little power poles.
Mm-hmm.
Emphasis on little.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get you some food.
Oscar says, Doctor, you're wrong. In the next update, you have to smelt the limestone. That's how you get the lime out of the stone, so you can put the lime in the coconut.
Very good.
Oh, boy.
Very good.
And Andrestea says, I actually started a new save in my lunch break today to do an extra slow run.
An extra slow one.
Doing the opposite. Go ahead and preload it with a stack, otherwise it's going to take a long time for it to get started. Okay. Boing. 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 There we go. Okay. And Alexa says, take a stack of rods, plates, and concrete and cable before you go to the doggo cave.
Okay, I do want to see how much biomass we have. Don't think I have any biomass in here. Oh, well, of course not. Where's my other biomass? Well, anyway, we want to take these plates anyway. There's no...
Okay, if you go to the doggo cave, you'll find a whole lot more.
Yeah, I do want to put some more biomass in the second one. Right now it's running on only 196. Okay, it'll run for a while. Okay, need to get the rods. These are plates, I believe. Yeah, those are the plates. These the rods over here.
So, Oscar, I don't know what you're referring to, but he says he's got a question for Chad. Is he the only one that's the veteran of a fireworks war? Oh,
Yeah.
there's the other one, Doc. The one that you're supposed to trip over.
The one. Oh, this one.
Yep.
Oh.
Don't mind it.
I'm gonna see if I can get some concrete out of this one.
Sure.
Oh, there's some there.
Okay. Doggo cave time?
It's doggo cave time.
Good.
And that needs, I need to point south to get there.
There's a doggo. Do you have space in your inventory for everything you're going to pick up?
I think I do. Should.
Okay. So Oscar says that's where you put on protective clothing and shoot fireworks at each other.
Where is doggo cave?
No, he said that's what a fireworks war is.
Oh. I'm sure there's a lot of people who do silly things like that.
I haven't, but Steve Goodman used to love doing that with Roman candles.
Is that one reason why we should never send you to his house on the 4th of July?
Yeah. Cross the river, hang a right, doggo cave. You're walking away from it. There you go. So I don't know if the term for fireworks is the same in other countries, but the Roman candle is a candle-shaped firework that usually shoots off, half dozen to a dozen balls that fire 20 feet or so, and then burst. And they're fairly low powered, and while you're not supposed to, a whole lot of people like to hold them in their hands and shoot them manually, and just shoot them at each other. Archon says, even as a kid, I thought that was stupid. And Alexa prefers display fireworks from a distance. Yeah. And Jens Hasselhun, I think it's pronounced, over on YouTube says, I blew up the mailbox of my neighbor with a firework like 20 years ago. It was a spectacle. Here's Doc in full concentration mode, guys.
Yeah, full concentration mode. Sorry.
Gotta get all that biomass.
I don't have a lot of 4th of July stories, simply because my parents believed in obeying the laws of the city that they lived in. So all we had was these little stupid, fountains and things that, were wimpy. And I have to admit, I never saw a real fireworks display until I was an adult, when all of a sudden somebody, a neighbor actually, was lighting off these what they called mortars.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what is that? And, I never saw those except on TV, on professional displays, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you could actually buy those. You could do them yourself.
Yeah.
And then we moved to Missouri. Oh boy, that's another whole story in itself. We moved to the St. Louis area of Missouri, and our first 4th of July there was just awesome. The whole doggone, yeah,
go to the left.
I can't go to the left. It's too steep.
Okay, that's why you back up to the wall behind you.
I am...
If you do this, you're going to have to do 3 jumps.
Yes.
You'd rather do 3 jumps than backing up a few feet.
I practiced this morning.
On Alexa's save, where she went to the left.
Okay, I practiced it. See? Can you tell I practiced it? I couldn't even get off the conveyor, doggone it. Here we go again. I get all nervous when everybody's watching, and then all of a sudden I go...
Oscar says, Robert, wait, you were a kid in the 90s and you never did this? Yeah.
Okay, she did it off of going off of this rock.
Yes.
Okay. Got to at least look the right direction. That's the right direction. And she pointed it right
No.
to...
No.
No, no. Boy. It is delicate.
Oh, you know what you can do, probably? When you go to place that second post, lift it up. As high as you can go. And you might be able to get up over that rock using this conveyor. Okay, now you only have to fix this one jump. Can you do it? Nope. Eat up before you kill yourself jumping again. And Alexa says you make a second belt once you're up at the top. And Cav says maybe we should stop by Kansas City for our NX 4th of July. He says the wife and I go nuts with fireworks.
Really?
Very cool.
That's fun. Well, yeah. Now, the rest of the story.
Yeah.
We moved to O'Fallon on our first 4th of July there. All we had to do is go up our street, and people were letting off
Everyone
mortars
in the
and
street.
explosions, and it was just awesome.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, eventually a lady complained,
Oh, brother.
and it was outlawed in O'Fallon again. But it ended up getting outlawed. Surface. Oh, come on. It was blue when I clicked it.
There we go. Okay, good. I think the amount of time in the doggo cave is a whole lot less than last time. Good.
Just don't lose it now, Rick. Oh, come on. Go. Forward.
So Trumpkin says, all the towns in West New York have a scheduled fireworks shows, usually at local parks and fairgrounds. Personal fireworks are very controlled, but the logs are ignored by the majority of the communities.
Yep.
And that's the way it was when we were in the Pacific Northwest as well. They had some really nice fireworks shows. The town over from us, Everett, where the Boeing plant is, had a nice big show that we went to more than once.
Okay, I think I've got everything here. Just get the leggings.
Okay.
Now I can go ahead and put those on.
I have to say, it's a very different experience watching fireworks from afar and walking down your own street with the smell of gunpowder and smoke and clouds of smoke all night long. Very different experience.
There. Went forward. Okay.
Okay, now don't, if you turn left,
I was aiming for that water.
instead of aiming for the water, if you just follow this wall to your left
Okay, and
jump down to that platform below you on your left, this is what you ended up doing when you were in Alexa's save.
doing what? Going where now?
That platform down below you on your
There.
left, that's the next stage that you need to get to. There you go. No damage.
Wow. Okay.
Archon says Archon would do a large display. Uncle would go to the reservation, buy like $700 or $800 for the fireworks. See, you always go to the reservations to buy the fireworks every time.
Yep.
That's just the way you go. And after the 4th, and again after New Year's, and for the next year's force, of course, this was in a logging community down in the valley next to Mount Adams. A logging town.
Oregon, huh?
Oh.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial
And just say it
network
says,
is
I'm
worth
terrified
further
of fireworks.
investigation. Store this potential resource for later use.
And you can turn my cilia into biomass, can't you?
Yes, sir. Understay says I'm terrified of fireworks, always have been, and always will be. It saved me a lot of money though. Over here, people spend thousands on fireworks on New Year's. Well, until a few years ago when they started to ban it.
Yeah.
Silly, silly.
Got to stretch for a moment.
Okay. And Icing, I asked, is Blade Runners in 45 minutes good for Doc? Well, oh, that's right. I should have hit the split button. Whoops. That's fine. So what Doc did differently this time for you, is he went and actually got everything set up for Tier 1.1 before going to the Doggo Cave. So he's definitely worse this time for Doggo Cave, but I think that 1.1, 2, and 3 will go a lot faster.
Okay.
And Alexa redeemed stretch and hydrate for you.
Okay. Well,
And now you should still see some frames. I don't think you picked up the frames yet.
I picked up 2 batches of frames.
You did? Oh, okay. I apologize. I did not see those.
And so
That's it. 2 batches of frames and a
Yeah.
batch of pipes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we got pipes there, and the frames resulted in 70
Yeah.
stacks of 50.
Perfect.
Got plenty of that. I've got the leggings. We're gonna call this a wrap at this point. I'm not gonna. Whoops. Oh well.
That
Where's
way.
the entrance? This
That way.
Okay. Hit the timer. I'll get to the shore here, and then we'll
Well,
hit the
I
save.
hit the timer just a moment ago before as you took your stretch. So
Okay.
there you go. Okay, I think basically you're gonna run home, grab the materials, and punch the button for 1.1.
Yes.
Oh, Archon is in Washington, about half an hour north of Hood River
Okay.
in Oregon. So, yep, pretty close.
Yeah. And, thank goodness for Indian reservations, or we wouldn't be able to celebrate just 4th of July. you know?
Correct, Alexa. He didn't grab the helmet or the Xenobasher. The Xenobasher, I don't think will help at all in a speedrun. And the helmet's just fun. So I think passing both those is actually the right call.
We should have plenty of battle fuel as well to keep things going for a good long time.
And I missed I didn't say this a little bit earlier, but he said, if you pick up enough grass, you unlock a Snoop Dogg skin.
A Snoop Dogg skin? As
See,
in the rapper?
Yeah, I think this is a very good joke, but I think it kind of misses the audience a little bit. Grass, as in the illegal substance. Dog.
Oh, that kind of grass.
That kind of grass. True enough, like Alexa. So Andrew Staya says the Enschede, I don't know, fireworks disaster happened 25 years ago, destroying 400 homes, damaging 1,500 buildings. Almost 1,000 people were injured, and that changed fireworks storage laws. Oof.
Well, we had a business that was on the reservation just as you got onto the reservation from I-5. I don't know if you remember this, but
Go upgrade before dealing with your power, because you have a 5-minute time on that upgrade. I remember the stories. I don't remember it actually happening.
well, select the milestone, and we don't have quite enough cement yet. We got plenty of that, plenty of rods. Just need to go gather the cement from down here.
Mm-hmm.
Did I go the wrong direction?
Hang a left.
There it is. And here's the other one that you told me that
Yeah.
I would have tripped on. So
I didn't know exactly where you were in comparison to the map, so.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
got plenty to do this upgrade anyway. So
Okay. If you can get back and hit the button in the next 25 seconds, you will have beat Tier 1.1 from last run.
I don't think that's going to quite happen.
10 seconds. You could do it technically. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, exactly the same amount of time.
Milestone reached.
Okay.
Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
So you have 5 minutes to get copper running. Up and running.
And the copper mine was where?
Straightforward.
There it is. And all we needed to do is get the wire out to it.
Yep. Yeah, and Trumpkin's correct. Tier 2 is almost done too.
Yep.
Or 1.2 is almost done.
Yep.
Okay, you're gonna be low on. Stop there. Stop there. This is all the cable you have, so you have to go back and get some more cable.
Make some more cable.
Sure. Yeah, unfortunately, out here in Missouri, firework money doesn't go nearly as far. Quite often because, well, I think you're right. We just don't have a reservation close enough to us. We can always drive a couple hours west and get over to Oklahoma. I'm sure they have great prices.
Oh, no kidding. Probably do.
Got to make wire after this, Doc.
Got to make wire?
Yes, you didn't make any wire. You made
Not yet.
Okay. You closed the window, so.
Don't I need cable? It was wire I was missing?
You were missing cable, but if you're making ingots, might as well make wire. I don't know.
We need to get up to 300 wire to unlock the next level. So I'll just get up to that, unlock the next level, and then we'll go worry about the rest of it, I guess.
Oh.
But
Sure.
I'm not going to get there.
You're not going to get there. Yeah. So make cable, get the wire out there.
Collect the stuff for the mini miner. Do some more constructing.
I think you should probably make like around 30 or so. That should be all you need, and save the rest of it for cable. Rest of it return in.
It's over there, right? There it is.
Yes, sir. Samuel last name is here. He says, "Morning, Doc."
Morning to ya.
Hope your classes are going well, Samuel. Alexa says, "Don't forget your Butterfinger, although you didn't really earn it, since the Doggo Cave still has a sloop, more pipes, and a Xenobasher, and a helmet, but you still get to enjoy the the Butterfinger."
Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, Doc, you're kind of shifted to the left a little bit, gone off screen there. Square up for us.
All right.
Oh, good. Samuel last name's on summer break now,
Oh, nice.
which means no more being late to class and all that. He says he's on summer break, gets to relax before starting his senior thesis. Very cool. If I remember correctly, Samuel last name was our history major.
Yeah, my mama duck has 2 master's degrees, and she industry redeemed cat. If you might have to refund her because that is for the broken text to speech,
Yeah.
so you
Okay.
may have to refund her.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did disable the rest of the text-to-speech stuff, but those ones that would normally speak.
Okay.
What's up? You, not with dismantle, you just pick it up. So put away the gun, and just press E, and pick up miner.
Thank you. All right. We don't want to go out this direction. We want this direction. And we're going to put down a smelter. And a constructor. So what does... Do we get splitters and stuff? We don't get splitters and stuff with the upgrade we just did we?
You'll have to check. You might already have them.
No.
Okay. Yeah, it might be this update then.
Which machine is it that's any? Great. I'll figure this out yet.
Samuel says, "Oh no, I'm still late usually, just to work, not school."
Okay. Let's get some conveyors attached to this. There. Creatures ain't gonna be in the way. Okay. Go back here and tell this thing what to make. We're gonna take and make wire. And we're gonna tell this smelter to smelt copper. And then we're going to give it some power.
Okay. We have power.
We have power, so we've got wire. Now, how many wire do we have already? We've got a bunch of ingot here. We've got 145 wire.
How about you just build an equipment workshop right here, and just continue smelting, handcrafting, until you have enough, along with watching. Oh, 200 wire. Yeah, you have plenty right there.
Yep, I have plenty.
Cool. Which means you're going to beat your tier 2 time by about 20 minutes.
Yep,
Nice. And that was the plan, right?
that was the plan. Get it started early enough so you have more supplies being built early. Build the biomass burners instead of relying on the hub. And then see if I can get to tier 4. Tier 1.4. Or 1. Whatever. I can't remember how many tiers are in number 1.
Can you say that last sentence again?
Can't remember how many tiers there are in number 1.
Oh. How many parts are in tier 1?
Not parts.
Well, there's only tier 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Then we're on to tier 2.
Good. That's what I was wondering.
Alexa says, I do expect a speed run soon where you clean out the doggo cave entirely.
Okay.
We'll see.
I need to practice a few more times before I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, this time was a whole lot better than last time.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Okay, so we got that. We've got that. Okay, we need to go get some more rods. There, over here. Why would there be no...
That's the biomass
Oh, that's
burner.
the biomass burner. That's why there's nothing in it. Okay, is this one rods? Oh, that one's plates, so this one's rods. Alright. We only need 150, but I'll just take the whole bunch. And... Okay, hit the timer, Robert.
yep.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in. Visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
So Megalith is sharing some comments while he's doing some coding, and he is using AI a bit to assist with that. And he says, turns out, when you threaten the AI model, they perform better.
Oh, really?
Which is odd, because that's kind of the opposite of what we've been told, or at least it used to be. You should say please and thank you to the AI, because it makes them perform nicer, because they're training data. You know, when people are polite, people are more helpful. So AI will be more helpful if you're being more polite. Well, this particular model performs a whole lot better under duress,
Wow.
which I find quite entertaining.
Yeah, no kidding. I ran out of reinforced iron plates, so I gotta make some screws manually so I can build this machine to make screws.
Right. Makes sense.
Yes.
Let me check stashes around you. Let's see. You know what? I don't think this actually says.
All right. And let's make some. Let's go get some iron plate. I've used up my iron plate. Can you believe that?
Trumpkin says maybe it's emulating empathy, trying to help you since you're stressed out. Possibly. Megalith just included a screenshot saying, if you don't properly implement this, I will unplug you. and it responded, got it. Here's the proper implementation based on your code. That's oh.
That's too funny.
Okay, Oscar has a genius take here. He says, Robert, you're a bit mistaken about that. People are nice to AI, and fears of AI become sentient and going Skynet. But being mean to the AI puts the fear of God into it, making it work better because it knows its creator is mad at it. Yeah, okay. Gotta make it afraid.
Okay.
Holy cow, your inventory.
Yeah, exactly. Got an inventory issue. I'm working on that.
Okay. Greater re-entry complete. Do you have enough to...
No.
Oh. Actually, you're not very far off, though.
See. Yeah.
A
Need
little more screws, a little more wire.
screws, more wire.
Okay.
And just got to get this stuff, biomass, taken care of.
Andrastea says, I will keep saying this. The singularity is not machines taking over. It is humans giving up.
Okay.
So, asking a clarifying question. By giving up, you mean just letting them control things? Or do you mean no longer attempting to better themselves? Or all of the above? And our friend Capture just subscribed to Tier 1 at 5 months now. Thank you very much.
Wow.
And Merrick Jones over on YouTube says, Doc, how'd you do?
Doing right. Fine. Working on a speed run at the moment. Oh, I put the second biomass burner over here.
And so far we're on pace to be about 20 minutes ahead of our previous run. Although we might split that gap even farther and start working on Tier 2 in this run, which is something we had not done previously.
Right, exactly. So right now I'm just getting the biomass out of my bags and making sure that the biomass burners just stay running constantly, because if I can get that to that point, I think I can easily get into Tier 2.
Yeah. Archon says, that sounds kind of like how I threaten computers and such, with physical violence when they're not working. Or percussive maintenance, if you prefer to be polite.
Percussive maintenance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. That got all that taken care of. So I'm going to pick up this wood here. And I'm going to go over to this biofuel burner and load it up.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
very good. Okay, now, this is the
That's
new one I was building.
Okay. And out there's the wire.
Yep, out there is the wire, and this one is the new one I was building for screws.
Okay.
So I just need a constructor here, and I'm still missing reinforced iron plate. That's what I was going to make.
So Samuel, last name, said, I thought making a 12-player Satisfactory server would make it easier because of manpower. Instead, it's like herding 11 cats who are fighting over encased beams and putting spaghetti everywhere. He said 4 people tried making a modular frame factory, and all 4 messed it up, and they're all trying to fix each other's designs, all while I watched from a hill.
All while you watched from a hill. So why were you watching from a hill?
You have enough screws. Okay, never mind.
Okay, never mind.
Ignore me most of the time. You should just do that.
I do, actually. I just, pay attention to you enough just to placate you, and then it keeps you going,
Wow. So Noodle V3 says, hey, y'all are the best. Keep up the good work.
Well, cool. Appreciate that. Vote of confidence.
And Abdullah Tiff says, hey, Doc, new player here. Just want to tell you thank you for your amazing content. Helped me a lot.
Very good.
I think we just got an influx of viewers over on YouTube. Suddenly there's a whole bunch of you guys here.
All right.
And if you guys just have a little bit of patience for getting to comments, there's quite a few here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the comments section. Okay, we have enough iron plate, reinforced iron plate, to go ahead and finish my constructor over here.
And John Ivy says, hey, yo, it's the Doc.
It is the Doc Man, the Doc Meister, the Doc whatever.
I think you have to spin that.
I am going to have to spin that, because they don't ever cooperate.
So Jonah Swafford says, I'm currently playing Satisfactory. I was wondering if you had any tips for me. I need to start making Phase 2 space elevator parts.
Phase 2 space elevator parts. Don't focus on making too many of them, because this Phase 2 space elevator, while you do reuse some of those parts, they're reused in the later part of the game. So Focus on making what you need for the space elevator, and then cut the umbilical cord after that. Okay.
Andrestea says, I used to be the office fixer with a magic finger, but, quote, but I already restarted it. People would say it, but then I did it with my magic finger. Suddenly, no more computer problems.
And my wife gets so upset whenever she finally breaks down and calls me and says, I've got a problem. And then I walk in and I look at it basically, and there's no problem. So she gets so frustrated. All right, we have mining going on. We have...
You gotta just tell them what to do.
Yep, you gotta just tell it what to do. That's right. And this is more iron. Get the power line out of there. More iron.
And
this
there's
is
no...
gonna make screws.
Nope. You gotta make rods.
Oh, I gotta make rods and then I can make screws? Urgh. Forgot about that.
John Ivy says, you always inspire me to build better and smarter. Thank you. Your advice is golden.
And then he comes and watches this stream where I'm hacking everything together because I'm in a speed run. So, I try to be very, very organized, but...
When you're under a time crunch, a lot of rules get thrown out the window.
Yeah. Because it takes a little time to be organized. Now.
So, Adelatif asks, when do you recommend to switch to alt recipes?
When do I... Oh, as soon as I get them.
Yep.
Yeah, as soon as you can get them.
And this one needs a conveyor from it to the previous ones.
Yep.
Sorry,
All right,
from it to the next.
let's see if this one's... Is this one getting ingots? Okay. That's what you meant by the conveyor. Conveyor over here. On this side.
And Epic Louder asks, hey guys, was wondering, what do you mean by a speed run?
I'm... Right now I see in the upper left-hand corner, you see what I was trying to beat as far as times go. No power to that. So in the upper left-hand corner, I visited the doggo cave to get the Blade Runners and some more supplies. Tier 1.1 I unlocked at 53 minutes. Tier 1.2 I unlocked at a minute. What? An hour and 4 minutes. And I've got a power problem.
Yep, so we're just trying to see how far you can get in about 2 hours of gameplay.
Yes, exactly. So that's what happened.
Build more biomass burners.
Build more biomass burners. Another one over here. Power, biomass burner. Another one. And I'm missing wire. Okay, copper. Wire should be made over here.
Nope.
Nope. Where?
That way.
It's the one beyond here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Samuel says, I spent 3 hours making a perfect road complete with wiring, room for pipes, 2 lanes, painted lines, and sidewalks for my automated trucks.
Ooh, nice.
And then person number 12 put spaghetti mark 1s for his concrete factory on top of it.
Sounds like a management problem to me. Oh gosh. Oh. I feel for you, man, but the telling of it's pretty funny.
Yep. So I'm going to answer this question from a Dolotif. He asks, when you get better belts, do you recommend focusing on expansion or upgrading old belts? If you have built a modular factory that is fully balanced and you're not planning on rebuilding that factory, don't upgrade it. Because if it's balanced, then upgrading the old factory isn't going to help. Upgrading the belts isn't going to help you. However, if you're doing more of a mega factory approach or you're trying to expand everything, you should upgrade immediately. And Trumpkin says Doc could do tier 1.3 right now.
Yes, I could.
Do it.
Okay, fine.
I want to click a button.
You want to click a button again? Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Need some more screws to do it. I've got copper ore.
You have plenty of rods in your inventory. You could just craft screws right behind yourself. And you need 88 screws.
And they do it in batches of 4, so it comes pretty quick.
And Epic Louder says you're ahead of schedule.
I am.
Yeah.
I missed the hammer. I saw the hammer once.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to
Okay,
as
so
the
the
MAN,
rest of
with
these-
local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be
you click
investigated
select milestone
regardless of
again?
any perceived danger,
Can I
as
click
stated
what?
in the Pioneer
Select
contract.
milestone again. And how many are there? There's 5. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Okie. And I could actually unlock these fairly quickly. Once I get the screw manufacturing working. But I have to get the new power plant working in order to do that. So
Samuel says, Person 11 secretly added a hypertube cannon to our network. Didn't tell the 5 players who didn't have jetpacks before they smacked it into the side of a mountain trying to get over a steel plant. Oh, gosh.
oh, that's a good one. That is a really good one. Okay, I've got to get out and get.
Okay, we got a big question from Merrick Jones. It says, hey, doctor, do you have any advice? I'm trying to build a mega factory. I have a building that preps resources before sending them via train to the east of the big center crater. Tips for a mega factory?
Okay. I'm trying to make a mega factory, and I have a building that preps resources before sending them via train to the east of the big crater. Tips for for a mega factory? Not sure I have quite enough. Freighter's reentry. Okay, Samuel last name has to go. Talk to you later. Leave yourself plenty of space, especially for moving product around, is the biggest thing that we had a problem with. I've got to get power to this.
Trumpkin says check power to the screw constructor.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. There we go. Archon says that sounds like something you do to Robert as a death trick that I would do to as a death trick to Doc. Yeah. Hypertube Doc into a wall.
Yeah.
Yep. If only he'd let me back in his game. I've been banished.
Okay, why do I have a yellow stick over here?
What's next?
Building wire and building cable. I'm going to go look at the logistics here and see if I can throw a splitter right in here, and I can't. That's fine. Just take care of that. Put a splitter here. I'm missing cable. Great. All right. Put that back.
Wait, how about you do it? That constructor's making wire, right?
Yes.
How about you do the splitter after that?
Because this is producing twice as much ingots as what this constructor can handle.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So it's producing 60 and it's only taking 15 in actually.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Right. I'll be back for the next year then.
You will, yes. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get a constructor here working to create some more wire. So I can just take that and straight into another constructor to produce. And I thought I saw it. There it is, right there. To produce cable. Tell this one to produce cable. And I think I already told this one to produce wire, yes. And an organization container. And And we'll just put that right here. Is that going to give me a line between them? Nah. It's not, so I'm not going to fuss with it. When you're on platforms and on grids, you can tell a lot easier. See, I wasn't even close to it, that's why. And so now I just need to get more power, which is being difficult because these wimpy little power poles, really don't have much capacity. So you got to find power poles that you don't have 4 already attached to it. And there's one with 3 attached to it, so that you can drag more power out. Actually, I'm going to do it a little bit smarter. I'm going to try to anyway. Anyway,
Speed.
Man, what?
That's a squeaky door.
Yeah, it is.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeaker and squeak. Okay. We did get a bunch of new questions. Did you get,
I wasn't able to look.
Okay. So Merrick asked, for a rookie builder, should I focus on compacted 1, logistics, looks, or just making sure I have enough?
Hard question. Say that again. Can you read that again?
He said, should I as a rookie builder, should I focus on compacted? I'm not sure what he means by that.
Compressed buildings, getting
Sure.
them close together, I assume.
Yeah, logistics, looks, or just making sure I have enough.
At the beginning, basically, you're struggling with just making sure you have enough of everything. To be real. You know, I try to be as organized as I can be, but the bottom line is being organized sometimes takes away from the other aspects of the game and just getting done. You really want to get through tiers 1 through 4 as quick as you can. And then, because you're going to be pretty much rebuilding everything once you get to tier 4. Because tier 4, the advancement there is quite large. And you have to build a lot more of the smaller things in order to keep going up tier 4. Like, you know, you're bringing in iron ingots. Well, iron ingots keep going into more products, and what was adequate at the beginning for tiers 1 through 3 becomes very, very inadequate once you get into tier 4 and 5 and 6. So you've got to completely rebuild the smaller stuff to optimize it, to build it bigger, to build it with faster conveyor belts, to build the longer manifolds. Everything the paradigm of the game just changes at tier 4 to where it becomes much more complex. So at the beginning, I would just say build adequate at the beginning.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Especially if you're still learning the game. There is no way on earth you'll do things optimally if you're brand new to the game. If you're still learning things. And even if you've played it all the way through a couple times, you're still going to do things differently every time. So don't worry about it terribly.
Okay, I need 500 screws. I've got 340, and screws are being manufactured as we speak. I've got cable being manufactured out here.
So Valius asks, are we speed running to get the space elevator done? Right now we're doing kind of a time-bounded run. Doc's trying to get just as far as he can in 2 hours. This is only our second attempt And so, in another couple of tries, we'll see how far we can get. I think we'll probably be able to get to that point eventually. But,
And the reason why this is so significant for me to do anyway is that I've always taken the more measured approach and trying to be careful and organized and lay everything out pretty and nice. It's kind of goes back to that last question that we just answered. Generally, I tend to play a very conservative game. Well, I decided, well, what happens if I throw all caution to the wind and just do it? What would that look like? And so that's why this playthrough is significant. So,
okay, you can just make your
Yes.
fable.
I'm looking. I don't have any rod in here, so I'm going to go collect resources. So this is plate.
Oh,
And then rods would be down
I thought
here.
that was disabled. I apologize. Let me disable the text to speech now. I apologize. I thought I had done that. And I'll refund your money. But Caffeinated says, back from my lunch break, but now realizing I never said I was going on lunch break in the first place. What did I miss?
Well, you missed. We have beat tier 3 by 33 minutes, and I'm trying to use the 33 minutes that we had to get to the next level of tier. The next tier anyway. So we've got rods there. We've got plate. That's all done. We just have cable, which is being manufactured. I'm going to go ahead and get enough screws done. Need
So-
160 screws total. Go ahead.
Caffeinated says, we're not text to speeching these days. I messed that up.
Yeah.
I
Robert broke it.
I built this cool little overlay for the speed run, and in doing so, I broke the Vocalix app, Vocalix app, I don't know, that Megalith made. So he's actually building some refactoring the code, building in some logging so you can see where the errors are, as well as just generally improving the app. So that'll be redeployed soon, and it'll be back.
Okay. So I've got enough screws. So all I need to do is pick up enough cable. And in order to pick up enough cable, let's see what I have. I've got some. I should be able to make some cable. Let's see.
Yeah, you should let me plenty.
I need only 129. Okay. Yep, I've got plenty.
Ice Knight says, sounds like something Robert would do.
Yeah. And Merrick Jones is saying, how could you, Robert? You destroyed a perfectly good text-to-speech. Hey, I'll just finish watching the 1 through 50 tips video. Haha, super informative. Great stuff. That's great.
We have a brand new tip coming out tomorrow.
Yep.
So we're happy about that. And since we probably have a bunch of new people here as well, we just launched a TikTok channel. And here is a link to our very first release. It's those same tips we had before, releasing one every other day for a little bit. So if you guys haven't seen it and you guys enjoy TikTok, you guys can go there. But if you don't already go to TikTok, please don't bother.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project
I just
part,
launched.
smart plating,
You did?
which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly,
So unfortunately,
you will
this
definitely
is
be helping
manual
achieve
for the
Fix-It
rest of
company
this.
goals without any other ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities,
Okay.
such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
Oh, she is so funny. Okay, I need wire, but I need cement. I need concrete. So I need to run and get concrete first. Then we'll figure out how to get cable and screws. And what's the timing on that one, Robert?
Timing on what one?
Tier 2.1. What?
We never got this far last time.
What? But how far did we? What was the time that we did this?
139.
Okay, thank you.
And Giuseppe's here. Hello, hello.
Hey. 139. Okay.
Interesting says, I'm going to see how long it takes for Doc to show up on my front page on the Tickety Talkie.
Tickety talkie, huh? You might have to search for the first couple times to get me to start showing up.
Yeah, somehow he's, so far we've had like 3 views.
3, huh? We're really zooming forward.
Zooming. Absolutely zooming.
Zoom.
That's 300% more than yesterday. I mean,
Yeah. Well, 200% more. It's 2
200%
more.
2 more. 300% of what we had yesterday.
Okay.
And Alexa finished
Okay.
1.3 in 42 minutes. So a little bit faster than us.
Okay. I've got a little practicing to do.
Uh-huh.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you. Research it in the MAM to establish classification.
Ed Merrick
and
says, I love the
potential
fact that Fix It
application.
thinks so highly of us pioneers.
So this is plate. I should pick up what rods I need to make screws with. Okie dokie. Let's go. The only thing I need to do is make some screws. So let's go figure out how many screws we need to make. Gotta wait 240. Oof.
You can still put them in now.
No, you can't. You cannot put them in until the pod is back.
Can you double click just to prove to me that you're right?
Double click, double click, double click.
Okay.
Ah,
But you can make another 140 screws.
exactly. That's what I plan to do.
Okay. Zoo Blagar says, kind of big question. I'm only at tier 3 and 4. I tried to make a storage depot with all the items, but I'm confused on the correct amount to send it. Anyways, I could go, but don't want to swamp the chat.
Okay. Basically, I like to fill up one container, and that's it. Also, make sure that you fill up the dimensional depot by unlocking those things in the MAM so that you can get the dimensional depot, so that you have dimensional depot parts available as well. Okay. So that would be the level. And I usually, when I say fill up one container, I'm talking about an industrial container, not the smaller container. And that's usually enough to keep you going quite a ways, along with the dimensional depot helping out a bit at first, and then a lot later on. So.
Okay. You got about 15 minutes left.
Well, and I've
See how much-
got to spend a minute of it waiting for the pod to arrive.
Okay. Do you know
So-
what the next one is?
I'm going to go look. It is the stupid jump pad one. I don't want to do that.
Well, we're going to do it just for the completion, right?
Yeah, but I've got to go collect. I got to go make rotors in order to do that.
How about you
Screws,
start
rods.
making rotors?
Okay.
You could. Now, of course, you can't use up all your screws that you're going to use for this, but... So Merrick Jones says, an idea. You're probably not going to agree, but it's an interesting idea. Doc, Robert, and that other guy, Kibitz.
I am Kibitz. Oh,
and
Garrett?
total all in one server. Oh, and Garrett, yeah, all in one server of the best of the best. There's a lot of the people I definitely consider part of the best of the best. And it would be an interesting thing to have a collaboration there someday. And
It
Frankie
would.
Frank's here.
Cool. Got all kinds of folks coming.
Says, hey guys, me again.
Okay. Pod is launched. Give me a time.
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in
145.53.
production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and
Yeah, I think you can just
foliage.
handcraft the rotors for this one.
Additionally, your pocket dimension has
Yeah,
been
I just
inflated
need
to
to.
increase inventory
Okay.
size.
Rods and screws. Okay.
Inspirational note. Will you be the Fix-It Employee of the Month? You could be if you construct, automate, explore, and exploit by eliminating all
Icy Knight says you can
obstacles to
collect rotors
efficiency.
fairly easily in that
This
rocky
isn't just
desert.
fun. It's contractually
Huh.
mandated. Fun.
I know of one specific crash site you can get to really easy if you want to try, Doc.
Okay.
It's just east of you. Just go just straight east. And don't go up on that hill. Just stay to the left of that hill.
Okay. You just kind of go around the hill.
I think you might have to take a left here. Yeah, hang a left. I think it's just on that next hill to your left. Yeah, through that passage. Shadow says, first time chat. Hey yo, good luck with the speed run, Doc. Hang a left.
Thanks.
I think it should be right. Okay, left but like 90 degrees, not 30 degrees. Ah, come on. The wreck's right in here somewhere. Okay, can you stop and look around a sec? You're really close to a wreck here. There it is. To your right.
There.
There it is. Don't know if there's rotors here, but there are a whole bunch of creatures walking in unison. There's rotors. 40 of them. Perfect. Good call, Icy Knight.
Is this pod functional? It is.
No. It's going to use all your rotors. We don't need hard drives for this.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Whitestone Industry says crash sites are really good for speedruns since they give the same items each game. Yeah, so we can actually research them and figure out exactly which crash sites you want to go to.
Yeah, and the cargo pod is just coming back too.
Good. Select milestone.
Okay.
Milestone reached. The Fix-It jump pad combines high technology and innovation for optimized factory traversal and an ideal travel experience.
Okay, is there
Clarification.
any... Oh, you have to
Ideal
get...
travel experience not guaranteed. Individual results may vary.
You know what? Actually, that was not bad.
Engineers are responsible for all
Rig,
workplace
iron plate,
accidents
iron
resulting from
rod,
jump
and
pad
wire.
usage.
500
Okay.
wire, that's the only thing you don't have.
Well, let's go look at my wire production out here.
Ooh,
See.
it's going to be cutting it close, but you might be able to get to 2.4 and 2.5. Chrysidia, first time chat over on Twitch, says, Hello.
Hello.
My husband really loves Satisfactory, so watching your videos have helped me learn more about the game he loves and wants to bring me into. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, I've got over 500 of those.
Okay, I think the next thing to do would be to check the other.
I've got the concrete. I just need to pick up some rods.
You have a
and
whole
some
stack of rods
plates.
still left.
whole stack of rods to the
In
left.
your inventory.
Let's sort this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, whole
There you
stack
go.
there, and plates. We got everything. except-
Yeah. How about you check the other upgrade to see if you can have that? Because basically you have about 50 seconds of leeway that you might be able to do both 2.4 and 2.5 if you have everything prepped. Anderstate, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely correct. Yeah. They are two different fonts, and I apologize for that. Hopefully tomorrow the second font should go away.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Look. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Wasn't really paying attention to that particular thing.
That should make it a little tiny
So-
better. Get rid of that extra outline.
Let's go to select milestone, see what the logistics mark 6 is. Reinforced iron plates. So I've just got to manufacture some reinforced iron plates. 50 of them.
Okay.
I can't quite make 50 of them because they.
And Alexa sent me her save file to prove that she hit that 42-minute time for finishing tier 1. And Enderstate is giving us slack 24 hours to fix the font issue.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you know. Next little chompy on YouTube. Is anybody else having the same issue?
Need screws and plates.
It is a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
And Nathan LeBay says, Doc, I just stopped in to say I love your videos. They helped me a bunch when I started playing.
Fantastic. You know that I keep hearing that theme, so it just that makes me want to just keep producing more of those things. So I hear a freighter coming back.
Okay, get up there. Get ready. Get ready. Come on, Doc. Come on, Doc. Go, 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 go. Punch the button.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as AWESOME. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing
You have
universe
everything
more
else except for
clearly.
that?
In
Yes.
appreciation of this,
Nice.
we have
I just
generously
need to
set
go
up
get
an
some
internal,
screws.
closed economy
Okay, we
with
have a
exclusive
couple people
rewards and
confirming that it
currency.
is a bit choppy.
Directing parts of varying quantity and
I
complexity
am moving
into
around,
the awesome resource
moving
sink
around
will
the screen
grant
a
Fixit
lot too.
coupons.
So
These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
all I need is 50 of these, and I believe I can turn right around. No, I don't have enough rods. I'll have to go pick up some more rods.
Okay, and do stop here before you use all your plates. Stop. Stop. There you go. Barely have enough plates right now.
Okay, I have enough plates. Need to get some more rods. Have enough concrete. Okay, all I need to do is get some more rods, and those are the opposite direction. This is plates. This one's rods. I need 300 rods.
Okay.
Okay, I need 39 more rods.
Now, what this means is, as soon as you finish tier 2, the next stage is getting everything for the elevator. So that would be the next achievement: is can you get to finish the space elevator in those 2 hours? Which, if you can do around this good tomorrow, I think tomorrow we'll get the space elevator done
Okay.
in 2 hours. Which that's cool. You do also have some spare iron in your inventory. Last I checked, you can always smelt up
Yeah,
those iron.
I did smelt all the iron.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I could. The pod's returning in a minute and 16 seconds. So I basically have a minute.
Okay.
Okay. I will then go pick up what rods I have here. And I'll go make what rods I can with the ore I just did. So iron ingots I can make.
Frank says Doc doesn't strike me as the type of guy who enjoys rushing anything.
Usually not.
This is more,
I thought this would just be an interesting challenge.
yeah, this is optimizing for time. It's not just rushing, right?
It's finding out the optimal way to do it as well. Okay, I've got 17 seconds to make. I've got the rods.
And Merrick Jones is cheering you on. Says, "Final stretch, Doc. You got this." 58:32. Very nice.
Milestone reached. Fix-It would like to remind you of your contractual obligation towards efficiency.
All right.
Recreational use of belts and lifts does not count towards work hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient. Don't disappoint, Fix-It.
All right. Fantastic. Okay.
So what's it take to the space elevator? You have 1 minute. Do you have the stuff to build a space elevator? I don't think so. Check it.
Do I have the stuff to build the space elevator? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Space elevator.
Oh, you could totally do that. That's not hard. With a little more stretching. I don't think you're going to make it in the next 40 seconds.
So we could build the space elevator.
Yeah.
In the next episode.
Nice. Okay.
Because we've got everything, there that we need. Just gotta get a little bit more efficient at possibly getting the because getting the leggings especially, because as soon as I need to start running around, that really throws things off. All right.
True.
I need to go take a quick break.
Yeah.
We got a first time chat from Aerodoff, the first time chat from KPA6. Fantastic on both of you. I appreciate you being here. I'm just going to take a quick bio break.
Yeah, go for it.
And then I'll be right back.
You've been around for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I'll at least talk with chat for the time being. AC Knight just got to tier 1.1 in 9 minutes and 11 seconds. That's pretty good. So, Andrestea says, speaking of Ada, I believe, when she says don't disappoint, fix it, does she mean the company or herself? And will she hurt the puppies and the kittens? I am not convinced that Ada is a benevolent character, and I think everybody more or less suspects that. That's not a hot take. We shall see. Looks like Aradov is speaking a language that isn't English. If anybody recognizes what that language is, you could give us a translation. That'd be awesome. Yes, Doc is going to anti-hydrate. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Whitestone. If Doc adds the space elevator to his to-do list, that could kind of be on his mind while he's building stuff. So yeah, especially like in this last 10 minutes, I think Doc could have worked a little bit better, and I think in those 10 minutes he possibly could have gathered a little bit more. I think he was a bit too rushed to actually complete it, but I think in a future run I think he'll be able to nail it pretty good. Hmm. Okay, Megalith says that Vocalix is working again. Skips connection section. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh, yep, there's the cat, guys. Unfortunately, the cat cam, that's about as good as we're going to get for the cat cam at the moment. And Jonah says he should start slide jumping for movement. At this point, Doc's dexterity is somewhat limited, and so that would definitely help him. But he's still doing it, especially because, previous to Satisfactory, Doc really didn't play games for a long time. So he doesn't have the muscle memory for, running using WASD for that kind of stuff. So that's a bit of a stretch. I think he'll eventually get there. But, yeah, he's still improving. And Mozzarella says, Robert, do you have your own channel? Technically, yes, but I also haven't posted on anything on it in like 6 years. So, I've always worked with YouTube. Haven't really done my own stuff very much on it. I worked on a Minecraft. I was an editor for a Minecraft channel very early on, and that channel was actually doing really successfully. This is before you could actually get ad revenue. It was that early, and I was really disappointed when they stopped making Minecraft videos, and therefore I couldn't edit for them anymore, which was quite the disappointment because things were going really well there. But then I created my own channel when Guild Wars 2 came out, because I used to love World of Warcraft, and when I was wanting to leave it for quite a while when Guild Wars came out. I enjoyed it, but I fell away from the game. Didn't care for it. So now I'm doing this with that. So I've kind of wanted to post new videos, but it just hasn't really happened yet. And Say Game says, can we beat it in under 100 hours? That's a great question. The world record last I've seen is just under 10 hours. I watched some snippets of that stream, and that guy is legitimately insane, doing some really crazy stuff. To be able to hit that time. Not only was he like deconstructing the hub, then building the hub on top of a mountain, and then killing himself to respawn up there on the mountain, then deconstructing the hub out from underneath him, and doing that to mountain hop and travel across the map super fast. Oof. Super cool. But then he was also using the hub to clip through the ground to get into underground caves, which was also pretty impressive, but I don't think Doc's ever going to get to that level. Doc doing it in under 100 hours, I think, would be really cool. I think that might be attainable for Doc. To the 10-hour mark, I think would just take all the typical speedrun glitches and stuff that I don't think Doc's going to hit. And Archon says, WoW started its decline when they dumbed down the talent trees. I agree. And, oh man. I think it exists for just about everybody, a game which you fell in love with, which will never be what it used to be to you. And that's what WoW is for me. And yeah. So Alexa says 10 hours takes the fun out of it. Yeah, at 10 hours you are sweating the entire time. You are exhausted before, during, and after it, and it's like, okay, I'm done for the day, right? At 100 hours, yeah. Andrew says, WoW is still fun. Yeah. Yes, it's still fun. It's not magical anymore, if that makes sense. And Lars Drakblood, like that name, it says, is he an actual doctor? If so, what field? He has a PhD in information systems, and so he's a tech guy, not a medical doctor. Oh, Whitestone is seen under 8 hours leaderboard for 1.0. That's awesome. Yep, and Alexa is doing her own speed run, and she's about 40 minutes ahead of Doc. Yeah, so that's about right. Archon says, I get bored after 2 months again of playing. It's nice they're bringing back talent treats. Legion was great. Legion was good. Not great. Legion had magic. I agree with that. To me, there's just a fundamental storytelling problem in World of Warcraft in the Legion time frame.
Which up there? At what point you're on the screen or not on the screen? Okay.
Oh, we have a grandkid here.
We have a child here, yes.
Cool.
Okay, I'm going to hit the save game, save at this point.
Okay.
I think that was pretty successful.
Absolutely.
It's definitely fun, and it was definitely, gosh, what would you call it?
Massive improvement.
That's true too. Yes.
So how do you think it worked out for you building all that before getting the Blade Runners?
I think it helped in the later releases, because I would have had just a whole lot less of all those products.
Yeah.
And so because I would have had a whole lot less plates and rods than, basically plates and rods and some concrete especially, I wouldn't have been able to unlock those tier 2 items nearly so fast.
Yeah.
So I think that was value added. If we could also unlock and at least get the copper. Did we get something put on the copper mine before we left?
Yeah, but we didn't get it hooked up.
So
I think if you get both the iron lines running before you go, I think that's a good. I think extending trying to copper, you ran out of materials to get copper up and running.
yeah.
So I think if you just do the 2 iron, then we're good. Right?
Just the 2 iron to get rods and plates.
Yeah.
And concrete.
And concrete, yeah.
Rods, plates, concrete. Alexa is saying that massive improvement, but next time try to empty the doggo case, since it gives you extra pipes and goodies and pipes, encased industrial beams, Xenobasher. Don't see much need for the Xenobasher, but getting up that high does give all the extra other goodies too. So,
yeah, like we got modular frames, which you haven't unlocked in the game yet.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't useful for you this run. And the pipes, again, not useful this run. But as you get better, and you get through tier 3 instead of tier 2, they will become useful at that point.
Alexa says getting pure nodes also helps.
Yes.
Maybe I could be a little bit better about, where our spawn point is on the map, and then checking out where our spawn point is versus where the pure nodes are versus where I find a cluster of,
to be honest,
limestone iron.
I think the current one is the right answer because you don't get splitters early on. And so if you get 1 pure node as opposed to 2 impure nodes, I'd rather have 2 impure nodes because you can have 2 smelters and 2 lines running off of it.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Maybe later on you run over to the pure notes.
Yeah, that's
But-
true. Well, well. That was an experience.
That was great.
I think there's definitely some research to do before tomorrow to see how much better we can do. I've got to get better at the jumping in the doggo cave. Got to get better at that. So much wasted time in falling down and having to climb back up again. I'd feel better about going through the rest of the cave if I could just get through the first part of the cave without falling at least once. Then we can definitely go to the next part. And if I'm basically going to have to go through Alexa's save again, Alexa's save a couple more times to get from the first part to the waterfall areas and getting those other things. So
Okay.
the big question, of course, is the one you raise is, am I getting stuff that furthers my progression down the road? Like, like for example, the next things we would go look for, we can't select the next tier until I unlock the space elevator.
Right. Oh, while you were gone, Whitestone suggested
Uh-huh.
let's add the space elevator to your to-do list, like right at the beginning. So that's up there right there. It reminded you to set aside material for that.
Okay, sorry if that hurts your ears.
No, I don't use earbuds anymore.
You just listen over the partition?
I just listen over the partition, unless I have to have headphones on for editing. I don't have earphones on.
Okay. I wonder if I should do that.
Yeah.
All right. Add the space elevator. In other words, go into here and add the space elevator like this, so I can
Yep.
remember that I've got those things to do.
Yep.
So, okay, 1500 wire for the space elevator.
Yep.
So in other words, in and amongst everything else, I can be working on saving some of each of those other items to, or at least keep in mind that I have to have those other items in order to get to the next level.
Yep. And to be honest, that the personal storage box right there,
Yeah.
as you get an extra stack of each, I think you can just toss them there in the personal storage box and refer back to that.
Okay.
But
All right. Been good. Just checked my Discord, Gracie Lanes says. Not quite sure what she's referring to.
Lars, while you were gone, asked if you were an actual doctor.
I
And
am.
I said, you are in an IT field. And so the Lars follows up, cool. So he's a legit computer nerd.
I am a legitimate computer nerd.
Yes.
Yes. I started playing with computers when I was given well, actually, I started playing with computers when I went to Radio Shack and got a color computer.
Doc, before you start playing,
TRS-80 color computer, yes. What?
you have a Butterfinger to eat.
I have a Butterfinger I have to eat.
You've been waiting on this for 3 hours.
Actually, I have. Gotta have my Butterfinger. Okay.
And Whitestone says, good job, Doc. Oh, Gracie Lane's checked Discord because your Discord notification came through and pinged. You don't have OBS running to mute it, to force it to mute. That's why.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Butterfingers are so good. Anyway. Okay, what have we got in here? Okay. Automated wiring. That's right. Phase 2. Phase 2, I need 100 of those. Over here, I need 1,000 of these. Wow. How about if I just take the whole batch and throw back what I don't need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 450, 900. 1,000 goes to there, so I'll throw those back. Okay. I think I need to go to drop off some materials before I can go get the next things. Because the next things are the versatile framework, and they are over here. And guess what? 900 in this stack, I believe. No, 800 here and here, and another 200. Yes, I've got a bunch, but I haven't got enough bag space to carry it. So let us go out here and go to the space elevator, and we will be on to the next tier after we put stuff in the space elevator. There's a space elevator over there. Now, why is stuff this little space elevator right here in this valley? I'm not quite sure, but you know, it is where it is. Got to figure out where the entrance is, where the control panel is. There's the control panel. And I'm standing on top of it. There we are. Okay. I'm going to throw those in. I'm going to throw those in. And now I run back and get the versatile framework, and then we can load it. I will be so glad when that's done. Go up here, get to the versatile framework. Okay, and I'm just going to sort that. Take all those, and I don't need that one. I don't need that one. Okay. Let's go do our second phase of project assembly. I always like to watch this part.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you watch up there and you can actually see things being built, which is much cooler than just release 8 pre-release. All right, versatile framework time. Okay, that's complete. We can pull the lever here and seal it, securing the container. Put it in. Okay. Ada's going to talk.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation.
Progress.
Congratulations.
Feel like an
Phase
employee
2
again.
project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
You know, she always has a way of saying it so that you feel like you're this small. This small. She is really actually a very terrible manager. She demotivates at every turn that she can get. So let's send these up there. Okay. There it goes. after it gets up there and they take all the parts, all the bots up there start actually building
Phase
stuff.
2 of project assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure
More
and are closer than
adequately.
ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell. You will now enter Phase 3 of project assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fix-It.
Okay. And there's the construction platform having been built. So. Okay. So now we can go ahead and select milestones that actually have some real significance.
So Paul McLaughlin asks, what do you think is the best starting spot?
You know, I've started in the far left one, which is the grassy plains or something like that. Started in the rocky desert. And this start is in the
Northern Forest.
Northern Forest, as they call it. Okay. And I'd say my favorite place to start here so far has been really, none of the above. Each one has its own peculiar challenges. And with each one's challenges, that gives you a chance to do different things. So, the grassy plains on the far left one, really that's the beginner one. There's a lot of nodes there. You've got a lot of resources close by. You've got water, you've got trees, you've got brush, you've got everything you need to get started really quick. You don't have the mines and stuff for later building, like bauxite and quartz. You've got to travel a ways to get those. The Rocky Desert has a lot of resources, a lot of water. It's close by to oil. In fact, where you went and saw me go to the Doggo Cave is right across from where there's a whole bunch of oil, and I set up my first oil plant there. So when starting in the Rocky Desert, you've got a quick, easy way to set up an oil field and set up oil power when you get to there. So that one has its advantages there on the power side, and a lot of early on resources that you can get to. The Northern Forest here is a lovely place. If we just go look around here, it's a very pretty place to be building in, and I like it because it's just gorgeous. So each place has its advantages. The Northern Desert is the far right one. I started to play that one just on my own, and enjoyed that one for a while. It's by far the most challenging because your water resources are very limited up there. And so when you want to get, like for example, you get coal power started, it's tough to get coal power started because you have to bring in water from a distance. So, each place has its advantages. So I can't say any one's my favorite because I've appreciated or enjoyed the challenge with each one. So, long answer. Northern Forest has 6 pure iron nodes and 2 copper plus limestone, quartz, and caterium all right there. So true. So very true. Okay, so let's go to the hub. The hub is downstairs, sorry. I got sidetracked. Can't even talk now, huh? So let's go back here to the hub and see what kind of tier stuff we've done tier 4. We are moving on to tier 5, folks. Hey, what have I been complaining about this whole time?
What?
Not having a jetpack.
Ah.
And basically because I tried it. And what happened was
Fully disconnected and it's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
back. It went down a couple times. Oh gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times. Oh gosh. And it went down a couple times Yeah, we're seeing 2 independent dips there. That was...
Okay. Well,
We should be back. We ain't back. Oh no, we are back. We're not back. Oh gosh, it's dropping frames again. Come on, OBS. Come on, OBS. Yeah, it's still dropping huge amounts of frames. It's not there.
and we're losing viewers in studio.
No. Ice Knight says we're back. Maybe. OBS disagrees. It thinks we're still struggling.
Yeah, it says 43 seconds, 44 seconds now.
Okay, we still have 62% dropped frames on OBS.
Ouch.
It's not happy. Ice Knight says we're back. Whitestone questions if we're back. Captain thinks we're back for real.
Okay. I see now I can hear you.
Man. But our frames continue dropping, so our connection is not happy at the moment.
Although YouTube says it's an excellent connection.
Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. OBS is happy again for a second. Man.
Okay. Schrodinger's connection, yeah.
Yeah. Oof, that was rough.
Okay, Gracie says FPS dropped, but audio was good on YouTube.
Good. Yeah, YouTube seems to be the same connection. Unfortunately, with Twitch, it just dropped and came back.
Okay, so Alexa says, my favorite place is the Rocky Desert at the giant waterfall. I get 3 pure iron nodes, 4 normal limestone, 1 bronze, and 3 pure, probably meant copper.
Yeah.
3 pure coal, and go through a cave and get 1 pure limestone, 2 pure quartz. Boy, okay, she's got this area scoped.
Sounds like it.
Yep. And the nitrous gas. I like the fact that nitrogen is so close. Yes. Okay. Okay, seeing and hearing good. Okay, you got 24 viewers back on Twitch.
Oh, God.
And we're down to 35 on YouTube at the moment. It dipped pretty bad. Okay, so I'm going to select this milestone, and we're going to get the jetpack and 3 more inventory slots, which I always love to fill up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, so for the jetpack milestone, I need... we need to get motors started for one. So I need to go to get stators and rotors. Got rotors going already. Okay. Don't need this line to continue operating. I do need this line to continue operating. So it's still got beams in it. And we need more modular frames to keep this one going. Okay. I've got modular frames being built over here. Let's see how many there are. I'm just going to take the whole batch here. And which one is it out of? It's got iron rods. It needs reinforced iron plate there. Okay, well, I'm going to go up and put the modular frames up here. Now, this is, you know, in the olden days, when networks were not really prevalent, you used to get files and put them on a thumb drive or something, and then you do a thing called sneaker net. In other words, you got on your feet and you walked over to the next computer, you stuffed the file into the next computer with the USB drive. Not exactly the most efficient, and that's frankly the way we're dealing with things now. Unfortunately.
That's an interesting correlation there. Okay.
Because we're sneaker netting things around here.
Right.
This whole thing. So this one's making iron plate. That's why you don't see it easily. Because the iron plates are flat. See this? So those are working. And this is making, I think this is making reinforced iron plate.
Okay,
It
Jonah
is.
says, I'm stuck in a hypertube. What do I do?
Oh,
Deconstruct.
yeah. You have to, from inside the hypertube, you have to deconstruct the hypertube to let it drop you out.
Which kind of stinks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
It sucks when you've got something nicely built.
although, if you're playing on a network with other people, I find that I get stuck in hypertubes from time to time if I'm on somebody else's network. So you might want to relog if you're playing multiplayer.
All right. Okay, for reinforced iron plate. Just make sure. Yes, that's reinforced iron plate. It needs there. So I'm going to load that up.
Alt F4 will disconnect you from anything. Or, I'm sorry, you said deconstruct. Yes, you can deconstruct while you're in it. I've had to do it before. Or you respawn, says Archon. That's also possible.
Oh, yes, you could. Yeah, you could hit respawn and it'll send you back to the hub and start over. If your hub's close by, that's always a viable option. But then you have to come back and you have to fix the problem that caused you to get caught in there.
We're dropping a bunch of frames again.
Okay, so what computer is running the OBS?
The stream PC.
And is the stream PC just too weak to handle what we're doing? Do we need to
hasn't
upgrade
been
that?
any other day. It typically is just fine. So, yeah, drop frames are pretty high. You want me to go over to the house and see if anybody's doing anything massive at the moment?
Just a second. Let me turn to an informed individual over here. Is anybody watching TV over there? Yeah. I think the TV has been banned for the daytime so that the kids can't stay working outside.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I don't think there's anything going on over there.
Somebody's playing on a phone.
What?
There's somebody playing on a phone.
Yeah, phone wouldn't be an issue. Mama Duck might be working on her primary stuff and surfing the web, but that's not going to create a big issue.
Yeah, it really should not be that big of a deal.
No. Oops, steel beams are over here.
This is also odd. I've had to change our category from Minecraft to Satisfactory multiple times now.
Huh. That is odd.
So, that's definitely not helping bringing people in.
No, definitely not.
So. Interesting. I think that is currently in a hypertube and cannot deconstruct it.
Ooh, okay. That's always been our solution in the past.
Yeah. Well, okay, I would say typically if you're stuck in a hypertube, you're not just in the center of a tube. You're stuck between an entrance and you're not just in the center of a tube. You're stuck between an entrance and a wall, or between two entrances, or something like that. Like you're stuck in this side of a tube that you can deconstruct it. No, I've done it myself, icing it on my own single player game. But it's probably one of those, you're stuck between floors or some weird spot like that, right? And OBS is dropping again. Doc. Not good. And it's back.
Yeah, it totally dropped Twitch again.
Wow.
Are we okay? But the thing is, the YouTube stream, while it's dropping frames, is not dropping YouTube.
Yeah,
So-
YouTube doesn't drop quite as easily as
It's Twitch,
It's
which
Twitch.
is more sensitive.
it is.
Okay.
But when YouTube drops, we have to get an entirely new URL to redirect people. When Twitch drops, it just goes right back live.
Okay. Jonah. So it's Icy Knight and Jonah Swofford are stuck in Hyperdupe?
No, just
Just Jonah.
I think Icy Knight was testing it.
Oh, okay. Trying to get my wrist to work. Hands are just tightening up today for some reason. Okay.
You gotta do that stretch.
Yeah. Gotta do the stretch. All right, let's get some stators and rotors I've already got going, so I'm gonna get a stator line going. Let's see. If we go look at stators, what does it take to make a stator? It takes an assembler and it takes wire and pipe. Fantastic. We can do a wire and pipe. Okay. I think I'm gonna blueprint this model here. I'm throwing these things down frequently at this point. All right. Start with organization, start with industrial storage container, and this orientation, and line it up just like that.
Okay, so Jonah got out by respawning. That'll do it.
Okay.
Good. And Liam asked, what's the aim of the game?
The aim of the game? Let me think.
Save the world!
We're saving the kittens and puppies. You know? Saving all the kittens and puppies back on Earth. And of course all your loved ones too, because Earth is needing us to exploit this world that we're at in order to okay.
As Gracie says, explore, exploit, and automate.
Yes.
And this particular world, Doc, is just playing solo. It's going to transfer over to become a 1.1 world as soon as that's released. And just have some fun playing the game alone while on stream. That is, if OBS lets him.
Yes, if OBS will permit it today, we'll play.
Yeah, and it's dropping 44% of frames again.
Is just unacceptable, Robert.
Yeah. Zublager asks, when you start a new item production, would you recommend starting a new node or deviating from the mall the resources required?
Deviating from the mall? Meaning taking the product from the mall?
Yeah.
Is probably what he means. Yeah, that works. Let me read the whole question. Start a new item production. Would you recommend starting? Um, I l- in the toward the end game, I like to integrate everything with the mall. So yes, I like to have the mall be a significant portion of a significant component. That's not the way I'm building this today. I'm just building, standalone little factory items. When I get faster conveyors and so forth, I'm going to start automating this whole thing, and a lot of this will be deconstructed. But when I start a new item in the early game, which basically I'm still in the early game here, I like to try to just get the production up to where I have stuff to continue building with. Later on in the game, you want consistent production, especially at all those lower level items, because all those lower level items then allow you to build the more complex items. So at that point, the game starts turning, and you want to be more organized, and you want to have larger production of those lesser items going into a mall, and then you want to take it from the mall and go to your production lines. So it's kind of depends on which part of the game you're playing as to the answer to that question. Okay, let's.
I think I agree with that answer.
You think you do, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good. That didn't work right.
Oh, golly.
I've got this thing flipped around. I've got the containers flipped around. Again. Robert, why didn't you keep me from doing these wrong?
Sometimes you just have to learn from experience, Doc.
Okay. And then someday I might actually get it right. At least that's what Robert is hoping. So someday I'll figure this game out, get it right.
Yeah, I'm hoping. The monkey says, "What's cooking, Doc?"
Well, right now we're cooking staters,
Mm.
and that not to be confused with potatoes.
Staters and potatoes are not the same thing. Gotcha. He then asks you a most unusual question.
An unusual one.
Yep. Can you PayPal him $4,000, please?
That would be an unusual question. And considering that my Social Security check isn't even that high, probably not.
What if he said, "Pretty please"?
It wouldn't help.
It definitely wouldn't, unfortunately. Sorry, DeMonkey. Good try, I guess.
All right. Got steel pipe and wire. All right, we're going to select icon and go steel pipe here. So we'll select that icon here and the text. Steel pipe, and the layout of that is going to be centered. We have a label. Configure the sign, and on this side we need wire. Need wire, and we need this thing to say wire, and the layout to be centered, and we're done with that. We've got that labeled, and we've got this machine set to go. Yes, I think we can. Oh, that'd be so ugly. That'd be much better. Okay, power, and I just want a wall outlet here. Yep. And I'm going to deconstruct this one.
Caffeinated says, new offer. PayPal me, but only $2,000. Any takers?
You say you're going to send me $2,000?
No, to Caffeinated.
Ah,
It's half off. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
yeah, I'm saving $2,000.
Yeah.
As soon as that $2,000 shows up in my bank account showing that I've saved that money, then I can go get it, send it to you.
There you go.
And I can go ahead and express my irritation to the many marketeers out there who says that I'm saving money when I'm actually spending it, which doesn't make a lick of sense whatsoever. But
does.
somehow it gets people to spend money.
Uh-huh.
All right. We need, in order to make stators, we need wire and steel pipe. So let's go get some wire and steel pipe and we get this thing making stators.
Zublagar says, gotta say, as an electrician in real life, Satisfactory's ability to just use a universal wire makes me so jealous. Plus, no
kidding.
lifting required.
Oh, that would be so nice. Oh, should it be 12-2, 12-3, 14-2,
Yeah.
8-2, and of course the stupid gauges. The bigger the gauge, the less. My daughter and Mama Doc went to the store and she says, "Hey, we got a great deal. Instead of 10 gauge, instead of 8 gauge, we got 10 gauge, and it was cheaper, so we got a better product for cheaper."
Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yep, exactly.
Oops.
That was she was a little bit discouraged when I told her that, well, 10 gauge is thinner than 8 gauge. But, everybody has to learn that at some point, I guess. But that always kind of has bugged me about certain, when they use the term gauge, it seems to always mean the opposite.
Yep.
Okay, we've got the pipe. Now we need to go get the wire. See, one thing that sneaker netting allows you to do is it allows you to seriously reduce the amount of spaghetti.
That's true. But, if we're going to be using, computer terms for this, why don't we just run our factory on Wi-Fi?
Oh, that would be nice. Or, bring Tesla back into the mix and,
There you go. Everything on
have
satellite.
wireless electricity. Which, of course, would not, for all those entrepreneurs out there, would not work. Because
Aw.
people want to make money on things that they deliver.
When he says Tesla, he means the real Tesla.
Yeah, the real
The
Tesla.
real one.
Nikola Tesla. Yes, Nikola Tesla.
So, yeah.
Not the pretend company.
I originally, when I first heard about Tesla, the car company, I hated the idea. Because, of course, back then, electric
stole the
cars had a
name?
different reputation. But yeah, the idea of using the name of Tesla for a electric car, like, not happy.
Well, the cats, by the way, have been staying indoors because we detected a little bit of a mouse problem, so we just brought them indoors for a couple days, and they've already managed to round up one mouse and get that mouse out of the house. Um, but both cats, with the introduction of three grandkids and a son-in-law going in and out of the house all the time, they both managed now to make it into my studio and are now in their usual perch, sleeping away next to my computer during the live stream. I thought that's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. We got a question from Gordon Berg.
Okay.
He says, I've built a number of factories around the area. Do you recommend using belts or trucks to move items?
Depends on the situation. Let me tell you why. I chose to use trucks in this situation. Let me just take you to the other end of my factory. So over here, I needed to move coal. I needed to move coal in order to get my steel line working. So out here, I had an iron mine there and another iron mine over here, which provides plenty of iron for the steel production that's just on the other side of this wall. I needed the coal, but the coal was over the hill over here. And frankly, it was a whole lot easier just to set up a truck line. Well, this truck line moves at a rate of 114 items per minute. Actually, full speed would be about 120. So being 6 less than 120, that's okay. It's probably just a matter of a little bit of, truck nonsense that goes on. So there's a single truck on this line. Don't have to have more than one. And it's running it at 120. Now 120, if you recall, is a Mark II conveyor. So I've got a truck moving product at the equivalent of a conveyor, and I didn't have to extend, you notice this whole huge long pathway. I did not have to extend conveyors through all of this. I could just bring a truck. So it is situational in the respect that coming over distance, and there comes the truck. I'll just make sure I get out of its way. There comes the truck on through. Actually, it's a tractor, not a truck. I haven't unlocked trucks yet, I don't think. So over here is where I've got the coal mine that can deliver 120 to this station. And so I just have a couple lines going in here delivering 120. Each of these Mark II belts, I think. I didn't want to pick that up. Let's see. A Mark II belt takes 120 resources per minute. And I've got, I believe I have plenty going into here. I could expand it later to be even more. So in this case, it made sense to just run a truck. It gives me adequate amount of production. Later on, I may end up increasing the belt here because I've got Mark III belts unlocked. But this belt doesn't need to be any faster at this point. It's a pure node. It's got a miner on it that's doing 120. I think I've got it set up for 240 max. Right now it's only doing 120. Need to examine why that is the case. Because I obviously now reminding myself, I have two lines at 120 each coming in here. I expected 240. So there's probably something going on this end because it's not using enough production.
Yeah, I bet that's what it is. I bet it's just backed up.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the answer is it depends.
Yeah. it depends on the situation. And that's why you've got so many different methods and modes of transporting things. Well, something disturbed that creature. He's running across there. Okay. So it's probably all backed up in the respect that, and that would be on this side of the wall. So I'm going to quickly go around here and go see what's going on with my... Oh, it's backed up because of the... it's producing more than what I can put in my storage container. So it's going full tilt now. But I really need to... That's a Mark III belt. And these Mark III belts are not adequate enough to even keep this whole manifold running. So as soon as I get better belts, you can see the reason why it's not moving the whole 240 is because I built for capacity much more than what I can utilize at this point. So anyway, as my belts get better, this whole thing will get more robust. And be able to move it. So yeah, it depends. It depends. Okay, so let's see what's going on. What's going on with my depot? Steel pipe. Okay. Reinforced plate, modular frames. Oof. A lot of things that are not.
Gauntlegrim is here. Says, "Good morning, all. How goes the battle?"
Well, the battle is getting more complex, and my system here is beginning to break down, so to speak. So.
And yeah, unfortunately, the stream is struggling today, Gauntlegrim. It had another hiccup a moment ago. So it's been having troubles for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Hopefully it resolves itself pretty soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
And Blue Construction Pylon's here. He says, "Hey, Doc."
Blue construction pylon?
Yup.
Okay. As opposed to an orange one, huh?
Right. That would just be absurd.
Hit the refresh button over here. Okay, so I'm in the process of making motors. And in order to make motors, I had to have stators. And so I built a line for stators up here. So once I have stators, what else do I have to have? So let's go check and see the motors. I need stators and rotors. And I've got a rotor line already, and I've got a stator line that I just built. So guess what? I am all set ready to once again build another one of these lines. And I built this one a bit close to that. Didn't intend to, but I did. So let's do the next one right here. And so you can see this is kind of a hodgepodge of, things being built. I've not restricted myself in this build to my usual conventions of building neat and orderly. And so that's very different from my normal. And so I want an assembler here.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, what?
Well, Blue Construction Pylon said, "Did you know that nothing rhymes with orange?"
Nothing rhymes. Nothing rhymes with orange. That's what I've heard.
I
don't know if I believe it, but that's what I've heard.
I believe that the Slim Shady himself would disagree with you.
The Slim Shady?
Slim Shady himself, Eminem, would disagree with you. There's a famous interview with him 20 years ago,
Uh-huh.
being interviewed, and he was just talking about coming up with rhymes, whatever else, and that he brings that up, and he busts out about a half dozen things that rhymed with orange. And what he says is, the problem is that people try to take it way too literally. They put no emphasis on it. They just take the word specifically, orange, and you get nothing. But he says, well, okay, now let's take orange and let's give some emphasis to it. Let's put it in a sentence. Let's give it some phrase. And he came up with a whole bunch. None of which do I remember.
None of which do you remember.
Nope.
Interesting.
I mean,
But you remember the significance of the fact that he was debunked the idea that you couldn't rhyme something with orange.
right.
Okay. You just have to try harder. Then
Yeah.
again, he's a rapper.
He's a rapper, exactly. That's his whole.
His whole shtick is rhyming things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So to make a motor, we need stators and rotors. So let's go label these things: stators and rotors. Organization, sign label, boom and boom and. And E to configure the label. And we got rotors there. Put rotor there, and the layout is going to be centered. Oh, I didn't want to revert settings. It's supposed to be an OK button here. It's one thing they're obviously not business programmers because they don't put things in the right place. Sometimes they decide just to not put it there too.
Mm-hmm. Porridge.
See, like here, select icon, bottom right corner.
That's one of the words. Stribs over on YouTube says porridge rhymes with orange. That's one of the words that he used. Yep.
Okay.
But again, it's porridge and orange. Close, right?
Yeah, close.
Well, you put it in music and it works just fine.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing. In the same set of dialog boxes, when I chose the icon, I had a select button in the bottom right.
Uh-huh.
When I get done selecting the layout and I want to say, okay, it's revert settings. Basically, the one says, yes, I want it. The next one says, no, I don't want it in the same place.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sorry, that doesn't work. So Coffee Stain just needs to up their game a little bit.
And Icy Night, door hinge.
Door hinge, orange.
Door hinge? Yeah. I mean, see?
Okay.
Thank you guys for being better than I am at remembering things. I'm not much of a music fan, and definitely not a Slim Shady fan by any.
Slim Shady, huh?
That's one of the names he gave himself. Eminem fan. So, yeah. 4-inch.
All right, I have to figure out where we make rotors.
I don't know about. Yeah. Okay, so Alexa just got to 2.5 in an hour and 26 minutes.
Is she just going to keep challenging me?
Yep. It looks like she beat you by about a half hour.
Okay. Okay. I just have to find my rotor line.
And Alexa just sent me the next save file. I don't doubt that you hit the timeline. I'm just not convinced that pure nodes make that much of a difference. Sandwich says, I believe in one of his songs he rhymes oranges with syringes.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah. And the stream just went poof again. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, sure did, didn't it?
Zublagar, yes, we do have a stable schedule. We just don't have a stable connection today, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. We stream Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central U.S. time, which means we have about a half an hour left in our current stream. If you can hear me at all, because I don't know if the connection's up at the moment. And then for any of you, if you'd like to become a member on YouTube or use your Prime subscription there on Twitch, you get to come to an exclusive members-only once-a-week session where we record our next episode. So if you want to hang out with us while Doc records and stuff, oh good, Ice and Ears. We would love for you to become a member and join our Discord and come hang out with us. It's a lot of fun. Alexa says, I'm sorry, Doc. I just had to send proof to Robert so he doesn't think I'm all talk and no action. Ice Knight says, and you can also join the Minecraft server. Absolutely. Minecraft has been a lot of fun for the last month or so. We've had a server open. Doc's been playing. We've all been playing on it. And Doc's putting out an episode every couple weeks from Minecraft. We have a nice bustling little main town. Everybody has their own plot of land doing their own thing. Garrett's been building and rebuilding and blowing up his tunnel bore over and over again.
Yeah.
Bringing in lots of diamonds.
I'm breeding racehorses and building a racehorse track so that we can have some fun together.
Mm-hmm. And somebody's stealing elections.
Still have not determined. There's still you're guilty until proven. Oh, wait a minute. Go reverse that. Innocent until proven guilty.
Oh boy, Doc. Oh, and Icy Knight's been taking everybody's money from gambling. See, we're a bunch of good people on the server.
We're good people. We are. What movie did that one come from? You don't remember, Robert?
No. Archon's wondering if Doc's gonna get imprisoned for breaking the unknown laws.
Breaking, yeah, exactly. We got. Looks like we may have a mayor that is. Anyway,
Oh. You think it's the mayor?
seeking for power.
I don't know. You know, he kind of gave you that massive throne. Maybe it's you.
All right, we have started making motors. We don't have near enough rotors to make motors. They rhyme, by the way.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Wow.
We're talking about rhyming, right?
Yep.
Okay. Never did label what's supposed to go into these things. suppose it's Steel Pipe
Gonkelgrim
Wire.
says anything the current mayor does is for the Dock Emperor.
The Dock Emperor. Okay. Titles are flying everywhere and they don't mean a darn thing.
Dockper, Emperor Dock. It's something like that. Okay, Zublagar says he has to head home, but he will pop in tomorrow.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing you then. Talk to you later.
It'll be fun to do another speed run and see how far we get.
Yep,
Um,
absolutely.
what?
What?
Nothing.
Oh, nothing. Obviously, there is something.
Other than frustration, no. So, Alexa says, you know the reason why I keep challenging you? You didn't clear out the doggo cave, so I want to prove shortcuts don't make you faster. Wahahaha.
Wahahaha. Okay. What does XD mean?
It's an anime laughing face.
Ah, it's a laughing face. Okay. Okay, we're making rotors, but we need 2 rotors for every motor, huh? Which means that gonna need a whole lot more rotors to make the number of motors I need. Looks like we got plenty of stators in here, though. Go for the whole run. I just need more motors. The one thing I'm a little bit sad about, though, is my guy is not winning in NASCAR. I mean, it's one of his last seasons. He's planning on retiring. I'd love to see him win a few more. But, boy, his ride with Richard Childress Racing is just not functioning. You find him in the 20s constant, or at the end, or he has a bad pit, or everything seems to go south all the time.
Do you think it's more, it's a getting older, reflexes aren't their issue now? Or is it the pit crew just isn't mature enough yet?
At the beginning of last year, it was the pit crew. I mean, he fired 3 pit crews in a row.
Oh, wow.
They just couldn't. They just weren't doing the job. So he totally remanufactured the pit crew 3 times during the beginning of last season. By the way, my guy is Kyle Busch. Pardon me. I got Petty on the mind because he's been in the news lately too. So just yesterday when I tuned in, they were in the 3rd stage already, getting toward the end of the Charlotte race, and he was in 26th place, so I just ignored the rest of the race. I'm getting tired of basically there's basically 4 drivers that are winning this year. Kyle Larson and William Byron and a couple others. I just can't remember them off the top of my head. And they've all won multiple races, so they're all running toward the head, and the races are just getting boring.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard Petty, the way he's been in the news, he says, you gotta stop restricting how fast the people can run, because NASCAR has been all about safety for too long now. And safety means you make them run slower, and unfortunately making them run slower means that you have boring races, especially at places like Charlotte or Daytona or Atlanta Motor Speedway. I mean, the major the speedways that were meant to be raced fast. I mean, they've got 36-degree banking. They've got huge long straightaways. They're meant to be raced fast. And what they've done is they've created what they call restrictor plate racing, where they keep the cars down to a certain level. I mean, 20 years ago, the cars ran about 35 miles per hour faster around that track. They were setting records at 220 to 225 miles per hour. Now, the average speed is right around the 190 mark, 190, 195. So it makes for a boring race, because the only way that they can make progress, and the only way they can pass, the only way they can really do anything is to race in a clump of cars, and the clump of cars allows them to, use the draft. All of the cars in that clump are pushing the air, but the minute you get out into your own air and you're pushing it on your own, you fall back, and you fall back quickly. Hence, where are the baddies? What are the baddies?
That's a quote from a fairly common scene. I don't know what show, or if it was like Saturday Night Live or whatever else, but it's two Nazis standing there and looking at each other, and one says, "Hans, are we the baddies?" And yeah.
Okay, yeah. Are we the baddies? Accidents are the reason why I used to watch. And yeah, Gondelgrim, yeah, that's right. You want to see him go fast. You want to see him take risks, because the risk allows the race to get interesting. When somebody takes a risk, makes a mistake, goes a little bit too far, and ends up causing a wreck. So yeah, I mean, like Ryan Preece last year. Gosh, that poor guy. Ryan Preece gets into 2 accidents where he's going down the straightaway and he gets sideways, and then the car catches air, and he ends up flipping over and over. About, I think one of them he flipped over 13 times.
Oh gosh,
it was terrible. But it sure made an interesting looking race, and people replayed that over and over and over. I mean, he walked away from it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you showed me that one.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they've made the cars safe enough that they can handle getting into wrecks. Why not allow them to race faster so that they can, test the edges of them? But anyway, Alexa, Chantal Mulder. Okay, is that okay? Stopped watching F1 because it's boring now. I miss the time they would drive out and put with a fuel pipe and still attached to the car. Yeah, the driver would take off too quick and the fuel pipe would go. I mean, F1 is fun too, but I used to watch IndyCar all the time for that same reason. But IndyCar's gotten that same sort of, we're into safety more than we're into entertainment, or we're into safety more than we're into letting guys do what guys do, get on the edge of danger and get on,
Yeah, that's a big part of it. It's, they don't ever want to have anybody die ever again.
Well, yeah, you get Dale Earnhardt dying, and that's stuck in people's memories right now.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a noble pursuit, but I'm sorry, racing at 150 plus miles an hour for the slow races, there's a risk.
Mm-hmm. It's a risk even then. But gosh, Richard Petty was so entertaining. I mean, he would stick himself way out there in some of the wildest cars, and they tinker on those cars and get them going faster and faster. And the people that had the good engineering and the good motors and the good people behind the making them go fast, because they were always at the front, and they could go, if they had a bad pit stop or something and ended up in the back, they could move from the back to the front. Nowadays, if you get stuck in the back, you're just stuck in the back. You might as well forget the rest of the race.
Yeah, today the race is won and lost in the pit, and in just the general tuning.
Mm-hmm.
Everything past that, there's obviously skill involved. I'm not discounting skill, but you're right. Anyway, most engines in race cars only last 1 or 2 races when it comes to the NASCAR, from what I've heard. That's true.
That is true. I think they go 3 races and that's about it. And then they're usually totally rebuilt after 2 races, I think it is. But yeah, I mean, they put through those motors.
And there was an issue
really-
like last year, I think, where somebody wins the race, but apparently after you win the race, you have to get out of your car and hand the car over to NASCAR, so NASCAR can inspect your car to make sure you didn't break any rules.
Yeah.
And if you touch your car before then, if you lift the hood, you get in huge fines. They revoke the win, and that happened last year.
Well, it's happened this year twice,
Really?
where they've taken the winner and revoked his win.
It's just...
And one of them was so stupid. It was because he had a bolt loose on the fin on the back of the car.
What?
Yes,
Wait, he's just been around a track running 500 miles.
exactly.
Like,
Exactly. You got the point.
not having a bolt loose would be a miracle.
That would be true.
Wow.
He says, and Richard Petty even commented on that. He says, if you've got rules that the car that could be violated just simply by the car running on the racetrack, those are stupid rules. He was really upset about that particular race in particular.
Yeah.
Going up here and getting some screws. So anyway, I'm getting discouraged about watching NASCAR because I've watched less NASCAR races this year than I have in quite a while. Simply because they're not as fun to watch.
And Megalith just gifted a sub to Pip2922.
Oh, super duper.
Cool.
Okay.
And congrats to Pip.
Okay. Fantastic.
And it sounds like Alexa has a similar issue with the NBA changing rules. Just a second, 1 second and I'll read that. It says, all the rule changes to the NBA the last 10 years, the transition take foul. I mean, you can't really defend to the midcourt. And then
What?
you get guys like Lillard and Curry that shoot for the midcourt.
You can't defend until you get to midcourt. In other words, no backcourt checking.
Wow. Interesting.
That would be not entertaining whatsoever. I mean, at the end game, when you're really trying to preserve your lead or get the lead because it's close, not being able to defend until midcourt. Come on.
That sounds like a game where they're trying to really encourage a high-scoring run to one end, run to the back to the other end, back and forth a whole lot, not a lot of interaction.
No hand, no nothing. Basically, the NBA now doesn't have an effective defense anymore. That's just crazy. So you literally have guys, honestly, you literally have guys that obviously, learned how to shoot from the 3-point line, of course, but could also now shoot from the midcourt line unchecked. Just let's just have a shooting contest here, I guess. That would be terrible.
Yeah, Alexa says, and that's what they're doing now. It's running from A to B, shoot 3, and do it all over again all game long.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's okay. And what was the logic behind making that change? I don't understand that. I mean, come on, let people compete.
I'll give one great guess. To reduce injuries.
Reduce injuries, huh?
Alright, that complete guess, complete shot in the dark. Who knows?
I thought I just grabbed a whole bunch of rotors. Didn't I just grab a whole bunch of rotors out of that machine down there? Oh, there it is. Okay, very good. All right, I did have some rotors in there. Okay, let's see here. Okay, get some more rotors in here. How close are we getting to having enough motors for the jetpack? We've got over 50 motors. Yes.
Nice.
Okay, over 50 motors. I just need to go collect wire and plate. So let's go collect enough wire and plate to update. Plate is just down here. And I need 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get that 1,000. Coming over here. This should be making wire, and it's not making wire. Great. Okay, gotta wait for wire.
Gallagrim says that's why people love the 80s and 90s. Larry, Jordan, Magic, even Rodman.
Oh, yeah.
Watching Rodman play was a magical thing, if not concerning. Watching people like Jordan just airwalk or Dr. J was something else.
Oh, no kidding.
Or even Shaq, the way the man would Brahma bowl through people to slam and break the blackboard when dunking. The backboard when dunking. So magical. I wasn't the biggest NBA fan, but all of those names mean something.
Yeah.
You know.
They do. They do. I mean, I watched a lot of Larry Bird with the Celtics. He was just magical on the court.
That was before I ever saw any.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a little bit older than the rest. But, you know, like you said, even Rodman, I remember specifically there was a match or two where they were behind and all Rodman was doing was running around fouling people as much as possible.
Yeah.
Right. To stop and you know, try to reset. It was hilarious to watch.
So he says, I can't stand LeBron James. He's the worst thing ever to happen to the league. Have legit watched him throw a 4-year-old's temper tantrum mid-court because he didn't get a foul call going his way. But he's just a child forcing these garbage changes. Interesting. So you think LeBron was part of the reason for all those changes? I've got to have 1,000 of these things. Crud. I'm going to... Oh, gosh. Where can I get more wire? I mean, I can go make more wire, but where else am I making wire?
Gallagrim says the man's talented, but he's just a child forcing through all these changes.
Yep.
Well, when he is the superstar for the NBA and has been the superstar for the last 10 years.
Oh, he's retired now.
Sure. I actually have no idea. But he's he's the guy in the NBA. As opposed to 80s and 90s. Man, how many were there? That I, as somebody who's attended 0 NBA games in my life.
Yeah,
Good
and
name.
of course I used to root for the Sonics because we were in Seattle, and
Uh-huh.
of course they left Seattle and went to, Oklahoma, became the Oklahoma Thunder,
So weird.
and then of course right after they became the Oklahoma Thunder, I think they won the championship after the Sonics had been aced out of the championship since '78 or '79, something like that. So,
Seattle is not the place for sports.
um, yeah, I mean, Steam, Stream says it's set to Minecraft.
Again?
Yep, it is. It's set to
Oh my
Minecraft.
gosh. I think every time it drops,
It resets to Minecraft.
it resets to Minecraft. Thank you. Oklahoma City.
Yep, it just changed back to Satisfactory. That ought to help just a little bit. Although we're almost done with
For the last
stream,
10
so-
minutes.
Okay, well, I've got a few more wire. Not many more wire out here. That's discouraging. You know, being able to be so close to unlocking something and then finding out that one key ingredient is just woefully absent. Then again, do we have any wire? We have some cable there. Okay. So I've made it up to 587. 597. Definitely not enough. Just keep going back and forth until we get it all. Okay, get some more. I would like to unlock this last thing before we end the stream. Now Alexa says, between LeBron James and Adam Silver, the defense and the NBA went straight in the bin because Curry wasn't the problem. Yes, has a better shooter. He's a better shooter, but than ever before. But before, other players became creative and didn't just copy the past and do the same. Interesting thought. Okay, so we're up to 686. Need a whole lot more. Darn it. Robert, I'm going to take a very short break. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, sounds good. I'll hang out with chat for a bit while you ponder the imponderables. Okay. Alexa says between LeBron James and Adam Silver, the defense in the NBA went straight in the bin because Curry wasn't the problem. Yes, he's a better shooter than ever before, but before other players became creative and didn't just copy the past and do the same. Before, if you couldn't do something, you just became creative, and found a way to compete. Now they're just copy and paste. Yeah, now the whole league is very, very data driven. I actually watched a video a year or two ago, probably about a year ago, I think, of somebody who talked with an NBA analyst, and they looked at exactly where people stood and scored, and did like a heat map, and they used that heat map to basically say this is exactly the location you should shoot from. Don't shoot from here or here. Only ever shoot from there. You know, it's like in order to get the proper angles off the backboard and this and that, and it became very, very rigid. But they were incredibly successful. Their shot percentages went up, and so it was like, yes, it's better, but it's also so hyper optimized you lose some of the humanity in the game, right? So. And I speak only with theoretical knowledge of any of this. Okay. For anybody who is new here, we will be back tomorrow morning, even though we're kind of coming to the end of things right now. We will be back tomorrow morning. We're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow because that's when we get to speedrun again and try to take the throne back from, I think, both Icy and Alexa beat Duck's time. So he'll try to get back a little bit. And Archon's absolutely correct, yeah, because money. And viewership went down 53% from last year. Okay, that's a huge drop. I have to say, Alexa, I wouldn't have pegged you for a NBA fan. Oh boy, we got a whole paragraph here from CPA Kevin M, but that's looks like it's a good one to read to Doc when he gets back. Megalith's gonna speedrun to make an AI to speedrun Satisfactory. I love it. Alexa says I used to play basketball, but I dislocated my left arm. Ouch. Very cool. I wasn't much of a sports fan growing up. Unfortunately, growing up in Seattle, it's hard to be a fan of much of anything. I did watch, the Mariners and the Seahawks, and, I watched, I think, basketball the least of all of them. But
All right. Do I
no,
have
not very
enough?
cool to.
Go ahead, Robert.
Ice and Ice. Okay, so Alexa used to play basketball. That's why she follows basketball.
Ah.
But she used to play until she dislocated her arm. And then I responded to somebody else. I said, very cool. And I said things I thought her dislocating her arm was very cool, which I would never say that.
No.
Ever. Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
I'm laughing right now because my niece is over there giggling, trying to cover it up. Oh, fuck.
Well, I think I have enough to at least manually craft the last of the 1,000 wire that I need.
Okay.
Nope, I don't. Not quite. Almost. I'm only 65 away. I'm going to hang on to this live stream until Robert has niece. Yeah, Robert's got so many nieces, can't count them all.
Oh my gosh. And almost as many nephews as nieces.
Yeah. So how many grandkids do I have now, Robert? I
don't know. None of them are my fault.
None of them are your fault. Yeah, that's right. You haven't contributed a single one yet. We expect more from you.
Okay. Yeah, Doc has quite the number of grandkids,
Yep.
as well as a great grandchild.
Mm-hmm.
Doc is a great grandpa as of very recently.
Hmm?
You didn't know that, Ella?
Okay, so we had a or a comment while you were gone, Doc, that I wanted to read to you.
Okay.
It was from CPA Kevin M.
Okay.
He says, "Hey Doc, just wanted to say thanks for all the videos on Satisfactory. They've been instrumental in helping me get acquainted with the game since I picked it up in December 2024.
Okay.
I just finished my aluminum factory last week and employed the use of alternate recipes quite often, but decided to take a break from that and head back to my starter factories and scale them up. The slow, methodical approach and planning out my factories in Excel is one of my most favorite things to do."
Yeah. You know, people like that level of detail. Some people do. Some people get discouraged by that level of detail. Either way, I prefer not to do mine on spreadsheet, although that bothers Robert a little bit because I tend not to calculate things out very well. So,
Milestone reached. Fixit has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With
Yep.
this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
all right. We have that unlocked. Now we can go to oil processing, Robert.
Whoa.
Yes. We can do oil processing now, which is cool. And that gets us circuit boards, also gets us new products in the shop. That's fine. All kinds of different stuff we can do that, as well as a refinery and oil extractor. Do we get petroleum power? We don't get until 5.5. So, but this will at least get us to the point of creating product like oil, rubber, and circuit boards in that case. Interesting that circuit boards would be included in this batch because obviously plastic goes into circuit boards. So pretty cool. And we're already making all of those products. Yeah, we're already making all these products. So we should be totally fine here. Should be able to put it together pretty quickly. So that will be the start of our live stream tomorrow. After we do another run through, speed run, we'll go ahead and continue here and see if we can get a few more phases unlocked, a few more things unlocked and ready to go. So, sorry for all the ups and downs in the stream. Gosh, that's been really discouraging with Twitch users. Appreciate everybody joining and appreciate everybody becoming members on YouTube, becoming subscribers on Twitch. Really appreciate the gifted subscriptions on Twitch. They help us to keep the channel running, of course. And so we'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Talk to you then. Bye-bye.